Friday, and welcome to the WAN show. We've got a great show lined up for you guys this week, actually. There's lots of fun stuff. NVIDIA has provided new details on their Vera data center CPUs, and this raised Luke's eyebrows just a bit. Yeah, see, like he did it. You couldn't see it because it was the one that was closer to me, but he did it. He did it again. I am really excited about them and what they might mean for the future of CPU microarchitectures that will, I will lay out a case for this, hopefully make their way to gamers and be a major benefit. In other news, Framework had a bit of a rough week. Investment disclosure. With respect to pricing of memory modules in their laptops. We'll get into that a little bit more later. What else we got?
Microsoft introduces Xbox backwards compatibility program on PC. Exciting, interesting.
For Xbox games.
Kind of confusing. We'll get into it. Also, Fallout 5, Fallout 3 in New Vegas remasters. Also a new Obsidian Fallout. All of this stuff was announced. Maybe Bethesda will use an IP for the first time in, I don't know, over a decade, I think. Cool. I heard you're supposed to do that as a company.
Yeah, I heard you're supposed to IP freely. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Down.
What the?
Oh, good. The foot cam is there.
Boy. I just got jump scared by my own feet.
My feet are so touching the floor. The show is brought to you by Shocks, AMD, Squarespace, and XSplit, alongside our wrap partner Dbrand, our laptop partner Razer, and our chair partner, who is also Razer. Why don't we jump right into our headline topic for the day, which is, of course, I actually forget which one we picked.
NVIDIA CPU?
Oh, yes, I want to talk about that. Okay. So the original source here was actually some analysis from my old buddy, Mr. Ryan Shrout, who used to run PC Perspective and then was working at Intel for a little while and then now is kind of doing this whole like analyst thing. And so I was looking at his analysis and he kind of laid out a bunch of the details that NVIDIA is providing about their new Vera CPUs. Vera is built on the Olympus core, which is NVIDIA's first custom core. So while Grace was a custom designed CPU, it was a partnership between NVIDIA and MediaTek, the actual cores themselves were off the shelf, pretty much ARM cores. It's a matter of laying them out and figuring out all of your I/O and how to integrate it into your bigger system. This time around, we're looking at a custom core. This is an NVIDIA design from the ground up, and this is what gets me excited. Okay. It's 88 cores on a monolithic compute die running 176 threads using what NVIDIA calls spatial multi-threading. Okay, where is he going with this?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, companies like AMD have upcoming EPYC CPUs that are going to have as much as 256 Zen 6C cores. What could possibly make me excited about 88 cores on some ARM CPU that is destined for the data center? You still don't know where I'm going with this.
This is still the question I had.
Wonderful. Okay. What I'm excited about is that for the last 20 years, okay, everything has been, okay, we'll give you some single-threaded improvements, but really what we're building is better power efficiency and better multi-core for the data center so that they can take all those cores and they can slice them all up into cloud instances for all of their customers. Big, fat fucking deal for my Counter-Strike frame rate. NVIDIA is coming in and going, no, what the market actually needs is big, strong cores. and not as many of them. Now, the reason is not one that's likely to excite you guys. The reason is that NVIDIA is looking for huge performance uplifts in agentic AI.
Yeah.
And right now, what the data centers, what the hyperscalers are running into is they've got these super, super expensive GPU farms. And for agentic workloads, you actually need a ton of CPU to coordinate work, or those GPU farms are sitting idle. And NVIDIA's solution is, hey, we need not only a ton of CPU cores, but we actually need an absolute butt ton of performance per core. Now, why does this excite me as a gamer? Because again, this product is not for me. Vera is not for me. I'm getting there. Grace already made its way into a desktop PC in the form of the DGX Spark.
True.
The DGX Spark chip was repurposed, already announced, coming in Q4, I think NVIDIA announced. I forget the details, but coming this year. They already announced RTX Spark, which uses those same Grace CPU cores that were in the data center and then made their way to a workstation and then to a desktop and then to laptops. I think we can draw a pretty straight line to Vera is going to be in the data center, is going to be in workstations, is going to be in desktops and laptops. And from what I saw at Computex, I mean, did you see the NVIDIA demos?
No.
They were just like running Fortnite and like running Alan Wake and like running the software that you would want to run on ARM. It's what?
It is nice that Qualcomm did this for everybody.
Don't get yourself don't kid yourself. NVIDIA is putting in the work too.
Sure.
On the gaming side in particular. Like that was the first slide they brought up, at least for me. Was hey, we have more gaming relationships than quite literally anybody.
Qualcomm
ever.
did a lot of work on the gaming side.
They did.
I think they opened the door. I'm not saying NVIDIA is not doing anything. That's not my point.
Depending on how far back you want to go, NVIDIA opened the door first, actually.
Sure,
You want to
okay.
talk Tegra 2.
Okay.
But
yeah, I know that's fair.
It's clear that Qualcomm has been putting in a lot of work.
Yes.
That's very clear.
Yeah.
But it's also clear that nobody but NVIDIA has the weight to throw behind the major gaming studios and go, no, but actually you will support this.
Yeah.
Period.
I think that's valid, yeah.
And so there I was, looking at real actual games that real actual gamers want to play, running on ARM. Now, with this custom core, somebody, finally, after all these freaking years, is going, you know what would actually be pretty great? If somebody made a CPU that had a more powerful core instead of more and more and more of them. And so in response to your, excuse me, WTF, that's why I'm excited.
And it still sounds like a lot of cores, but it's clearly not the primary. Just going for just more cores is not the primary focus.
Correct.
Yeah.
And when NVIDIA does it, it's like Apple. It's like how I'm always
industry follows,
bemoaning when Apple does something horrible and applauding when Apple does something great, regardless of whether I'm going to buy the product. Everybody else is going to do it. When NVIDIA does it, everybody else is going to start looking at IPC. Everyone else is going to start looking at, okay, can we boost clock speeds? Can we make a more powerful core? Because we got to compete with that now. So I'm really excited. Vera uses LPDDR5X memory with ECC and full telemetry. NVIDIA claims roughly 3x the memory bandwidth per core. So here's some bad news. This could mean that either we need to go like CAM style memory on the desktop, or we could be looking at soldered memory on the desktop. I know, right? But tell me something. If you could get like a real, like actually for the first time in many years, generational performance increase on your CPU, would you consider a motherboard with soldered memory on it?
As of right now, no.
Well, as of tomorrow, then,
I still feel like there is a version of tomorrow where the answer is yes. There's a way where I could see that happening.
CAM would be a more ideal scenario.
CAM is a lot more ideal.
It's still a compromise, though. I was looking at hold on. I just need to make sure that I'm not saying something that I'm not supposed to know. Okay, well, I've been working on a review of a product that involves CAM memory. Anyway, which is why I was looking more closely at the exact specs of it. And when I'm comparing it to other products that don't use CAM style memory, it still doesn't run quite as fast as soldered memory. It just plain doesn't.
I don't actually know what the answer to that is, but I have multiple ideas, and I'm very curious. Yeah, I don't know. So my reason for that is, what am I using the individual core performance for right now?
Well, what I assume you want to use it for is gaming.
Right. But then I look at the games that I'm playing, and it's like,
we're a number of years off of this mattering.
I'm on it. That's where my current stance is. Why would I give up the flexibility of memory,
the
being
repairability,
and the repairability of memory being removable, easily removable? It is removable either way, but easily removable.
Sure, anything's removable if you pull hard enough.
I'm not that guy, right? So like, it's not removable for me.
So be careful.
So it's like I look at what I'm doing. Honestly, I've been playing less and less competitive multiplayer. It's just a cesspool out there. That might be part of it, to be honest. I do think there's just the ease of access to cheating is insane. The fact that I have received YouTube ads for game cheats is just crazy. So it's
well, you are Unk. You need all the help you can get.
I wonder if they do target people that are in like their mid 30s plus, because your gaming performance is starting to decline, and if they're like,
you could just take one of these.
Unkbot 9000.
Just take one of these.
Yeah.
So hear me out. Here's where I think we're going to land there, because we know that the next cycle of consoles is going to be based on like current-ish CPU architectures now, because it's just the way the development cycle works. So we're going to get, I think it's planned to be Zen 4 or Zen 5, PS6, Zen 4 or 5. What's it going to be? Blah blah blah. Oh, is heavily rumored to use Zen 6. Okay, so the best case scenario is that the PlayStation 6 uses Zen 6. Did I say PS5 before? Sorry, PS5 uses like Zen 2 or something like this. Zen 2, Zen 3, I can't remember. The point is that PlayStation 6 apparently is heavily rumored to use AMD's Zen 6 architecture. So what that tells us is that we're not getting, a paradigm shift in per core performance on the next family of consoles. What that tells us is that every game developed for the next 6-7 years after the PlayStation 6 launched, after the PlayStation 6 launches, is going to be targeting modest CPU cores. But the next one, assuming NVIDIA is releasing Vera now, assuming that CPU companies have a 2 to 3 year development cycle that it will take them to catch up, that means more performant CPU cores could be coming around PlayStation 7 time, just in time for your early 40s. You could be looking at, okay, it may be worth considering that I need more CPU performance on my desktop. That would be the most sort of makes sense, big picture timeline that I could put forward for when it would actually matter. Yeah. And like really matter.
Yeah.
Until then, I think you'll see motherboard options with CAM. I think you might even see desktop platforms that use soldered memory, but they might not feel necessary for if you're not trying to squeeze every last frame out.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where I'll be at in that many years. I do know, like, looking at what's happening in the industry right now, it is a pretty freaking big nerf not being able to move your memory around. I have heard more and more people. There was a panel at OpenSauce. It was building a PC in 2026, and there was a lot. It was when we were prepping for the panel, I was like,
were there veils and handkerchiefs that everyone could get on their way in?
There was a Discord thread of the panelists and the host prepping for the panel, and my first post was like, I can just like cry in the corner if you want. Like, I don't know what you want us to cover. I think the panel ended up actually being pretty good. There was some repetition to it though, but one of the things that was mentioned was just moving memory around is like a thing that people are actually doing. Condensing, you have you had maybe two systems, you condense the memory into one to get more capacity into one of them. Maybe you had one system that when RAM was really cheap, you're just like, I don't know, 64 gigs sounds pretty neat. I'll just get that. It's pretty cheap anyways. Now that maybe turns into two systems that are at 32 because it's probably fine.
Dude, I used to on a semi-regular basis, back before we even had like a digital inventory system, I would write down. I actually have a notebook that has pages of me doing this in it. I would write down all of our inventory so that I could balance all of the specs across all of our various workstations in the company and make sure that the people who needed things the most had the best stuff and that everyone else kind of got the hand-me-downs. And I was constantly balancing against the hardware that we needed to make our videos so that that would be free. Like back when we were in the Langley house, I would do that on a fairly regular basis.
Yeah.
And to your point, how now? I can't even move, like DDR5 is the first generation that I can think of. There might have been something before, but it's the first generation I can think of where the registered DIMMs have a completely different notch. So literally you cannot use them in the same motherboards as an unbuffered DIMM. On DDR4 you could, and there were certain platforms that would allow like ECC and unbuffered, and then were there any that did registered and unbuffered? That I'm not sure. That I'd have to like go and look up. But there's definitely less flexibility now, even in the socketed stuff, than we had before.
Yeah, so like that is a very significant, damage to the value proposition of the thing that you're buying, in my opinion. Is you can't part it out as easily. You are losing there. It feels kind of like the whole physical media thing. You buy a digital version, you can play it just fine. While you have it, it will probably be okay. Yeah. As long as you're using it for the thing you want to use it for, you're probably good. But then once that's over, if someone bought a physical one, they can resell it or do something else with it. Memory is something that is... I mean, especially when I was kind of first getting into computers, people would always talk about how much memory you had. I remember when the first person I knew got 1 gig. It was like, whoa, that's crazy.
A gigabyte?
Yeah.
Like a billion bytes?
It's wild. Incredible. I remember the first time, I think I've even told you this story before, the first time I ever saw a 1 terabyte hard drive. I was at PAX and someone stood up on top of a thing and held it up above their head and was like, I bet you've never seen a terabyte before. And everybody was like, whoa. It's crazy. Anyways, I'm freaking old. This is why I'm bad at video games. But yeah, I don't know. That would seriously affect the calculation being made on the value of the product. And I could definitely see myself taking a slightly lower performance CPU if it came with memory that I could more easily remove. Sure. But I could also see myself in a situation where there's some form of...
Linus gives you all your computers anyway, so it'll use whatever's in it.
It's kind of fair. I was explaining that to someone recently. They asked like how much something cost, and I was like, I don't know. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I don't like, I haven't bought the components for my own personal computer in a very long time. And they're like, what do you mean? You haven't refreshed in a while? I was like, no. I mean, I haven't refreshed since high school. Like, you don't understand.
That's when I peaked.
Well, there was, I remember the last time I technically bought PC components was Intel Retail Extreme.
Retail Edge, but
Retail Edge, sure. And they had Extreme Editions.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they did.
That's the one that went in the mineral oil tank. That's the last one I bought.
Nice.
Because even before we had our agreement thing, you had me with different parts, I think, so I could do like editing better at home or something.
Yeah, because it was sad what he was trying to edit on. It was out of pity.
That system was getting a little old.
All right, why don't we jump into another topic? You want to pick one?
Yeah, where's this? I want to figure out more about this. Where did it go? Oh no, I lost it.
He lost it. He's lost it.
Oh no.
Are we going to address the foot cam at all, or is it pretty
I don't know.
self-explanatory?
It's strange. I think people are going to see how much I fidget. Microsoft introduces Xbox backwards compatibility program on PC. 4 original Xbox games with more to come will be available for purchase on PC via Game Pass. This is one part that confuses me. Or for free if you already have a console digital license. So I guess you log in with the same account and then you get access to it on the computer, which is actually, that's cool. That makes sense.
Okay.
The initial offerings are Blinks, the Time Sweeper.
Okay.
Conquer Live and Reloaded, heard of that one. Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge, and Fusion Frenzy! I love Fusion Frenzy. That's actually genuinely pretty exciting, especially if they had online multiplayer Fusion Frenzy, I would play the heck out of that. The part that confuses me is they will be available for purchase on PC via Game Pass. What does that mean?
It means that, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
So if you have Game Pass, then you can buy it?
But Game Pass is like a rental thing,
No,
right?
it's a comma, Luke. They'll be available for purchase on PC, available via Game Pass, or free if you already have a console digital license. 3 options.
Okay.
That makes way more sense. Okay, cool.
So how much are they? Are they available now? When do they become available?
I don't know.
I want to see how much it'll cost me to buy Fusion Frenzy.
Okay.
So these are all like original Xbox games.
Some outlets have said the experience is mostly good with some minor frame timing and judder issues. And
dude, it's $2.49.
Really?
It's on sale, 75% off.
Okay, so
for
it's
the next 6 days.
Included in Essential Game Pass, or you can buy it for $250.
$250. Can I play this multiplayer not local?
Xbox local.
Single player, shared split screen, Xbox One is. Okay, well, I could do because I'm thinking on Steam, you could just remote play.
Is that what Xbox Play Anywhere is?
Xbox Play Anywhere.
Xbox Play Anywhere is playing your Xbox games streamed to something.
I will probably buy this. Fusion Frenzy was a lot of fun, and I only had the trial disc that came with some magazine. I never even got to play the whole game.
Okay, well, that answers our first discussion question. Which of these 4 games are you most likely to play?
Oh, Fusion Frenzy for sure, and I will actually probably buy it. I remember one time I was at Microsoft hanging out for something. I don't remember what it was, and they had all the media people that were visiting hanging out in this random room for a while they did something, and they had a bunch of Xboxes set up, and they had Fusion Frenzy in the machines, and that was one of the games that you could play, and I recruited some random media people that were there to start playing Fusion Frenzy on one of them, and people started watching, and then people naturally started playing on the other Xbox, and then the whole room ended just people playing Fusion Frenzy, this ancient game, and people were having a lot of fun. Fusion Frenzy is great.
Cool. I've never tried it.
It's like Xbox's take on a Mario Party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So lots of mini games?
Lots of mini games.
Oh, cool.
It's been forever since I played it, but I remember having a ton of fun. They have the thing on the box art. There we go.
Yeah, that's not a great sales pitch, honestly.
Nope, it's not. But it's like that platform game. I don't know if they have it here.
Oh, where you bump each other off?
Yeah, I don't know if one of these is actually going to show it.
I thought I saw it right at the beginning there. Is that
one?
not? No, to the right. Everything you own in a box to the right. Oh, no, that's something else.
Nope,
okay.
some burgers or something.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hamburgers.
So again, I haven't played the actual...
45 mini games.
So this is a race thing. Yeah, 45 mini games. Yeah, sounds good, whatever. It was if I remember correctly, most people played it through the demo disc.
Right. Maybe that was their mistake.
Maybe.
Making the game demo too good.
Yeah, it was actually there was a few different mini games. There was enough mini games on it that you and your friends could play Fusion Frenzy and then be done with it, and it would be fine. It was a little bit too much.
Way to go, guys. Our other discussion question is: do you think Xbox has a vision for the future? I feel like we go back and forth on this every freaking week because it's there'll be some news will come out and you'll go okay, we're so back. And then some other news will come out and we'll be they're doomed. Clearly, they're just going to sell it or spin it off. And then the next week, it's wait, they're actually doing really cool stuff. Can you handle
think-
this degree of whiplash, Luke?
I mean, that's life right now. I think as much, like, obviously layoffs are bad. I think that can be universally just been like, okay, layoffs are bad. People losing jobs are bad. 14 layers of management, also unacceptable.
Right.
So, like, they might also be on a really brutal timer.
Right.
They might not have a lot of runway to, like, figure this out. When you're doing layoffs at the scale that they're doing, you're going to end up, like, this isn't even like, oh, big brain. This is just very obvious. You're going to end up taking people out that shouldn't have been removed. You're going to have mistakes with a layoff of that scale.
Sad.
And that is very sad. Really good people trying to do really good things are going to lose their jobs over this. That's that's a 14 layers of management failure, which sucks, but it feels like something that really needed to happen. Halo Infinite costing $800 million to make is just not okay. It's not a good enough game for that output. They have to figure something out. They have these old, ancient, legendary studios outputting just like, I don't know, in Bethesda's case, practically nothing. Like, something's gotta give. When, I can barely even remember his name, Starfield? When Starfield came out, the conversation was largely around, like, this game failed largely because of management failure. Like, this stuff needed to get addressed. There was conversations about, like, apparently Todd wasn't even happy about it because, like, it was structured where every single decision had to go through Todd. And Todd was basically like, this is nuts. Like, this isn't how Morrowind was made. This isn't how Oblivion was made. A lot of writers and creatives in the creation of the game had more autonomy, which is one of the reasons why those games can feel kind of disconnected sometimes. You can be in an area doing something and it has like a certain kind of tone and feel.
And then you go on another quest.
And it's like very
and
different.
It's like, this is like, it went from like, oh, spooky, scary to like, this is kind of funny and whimsical.
Yeah.
Like, I remember, I never was able to put my finger on it, but I remember that from Oblivion.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Big
time in Oblivion.
I never, ever put my finger on exactly what I was noticing, and because I didn't do that, I never thought about thinking about why.
Old
But
Elder
that
Scrolls
makes
games,
so much sense.
the various developers around the company, I believe even Todd, would talk about, like, after the game came out, they would play it and discover things.
Right.
Like, it was a lot of very strong contributors.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why they're able to make them so fast. The gap between Morrowind and Oblivion is really short. The gap between Oblivion and Skyrim isn't even really that long. And then now we're looking at, like, just enormous gaps where, like, I don't know, someone will have not been alive when Skyrim came out and be old enough to enjoy the next game.
Elder Scrolls Arena, March 25th, 94. Daggerfall, September 20th, 96. Morrowind, that was a pretty big gap, 6 years.
Morrowind was like the biggest map in a video game ever when it released.
May 1st, 2002.
Yeah.
Oblivion, March 20th, 2006. Only 4 years. Then
2011.
to Skyrim,
November 11th.
2011. And then crickets.
Frickin' crickets, dude. It's 2026, bruh.
It's been 15 years. Okay. To put that in context, from the Elder Scrolls Arena to the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim was 17 years. Since the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, it has been
almost been the entire duration of
15
the
years.
entire Elder Scrolls series since we got another Elder Scrolls. Like, that doesn't work. So something has to break. So some breakage there, as painful as it is, as brutal as it is for the people losing their jobs, as especially brutal as it is for the people that are really doing great work and are also losing their jobs.
and as brutal as it is for the people staying behind.
100%. The level of demoralization has to be insane, and you have to try to figure out how to keep going on, or else your job isn't going to continue to exist. And there's a lot of threat looming because there's another layoff coming soon, and you don't know that there won't be more because there's something is going to have to change for there to not be more. But the management structures there, and I'm sure tons of other things, are a problem. 14 layers of management doesn't work. when you're trying to do a creative process, especially, oh my God, way to get out the most bland vanilla Starfield crap ever. That's how it's going to work. But yeah, it's interesting. You watch like, I don't know, how can you have a lot of the generally quite serious tones of a lot of the Elder Scrolls games, and then also have Sheogorath in the world throwing cheese wheels at you for fun? Like it's because it's a creative soup.
Someone had lunch with Phil Schaefer or something. Like
Yeah.
That's the only possible explanation.
Yeah.
And he was like, it'd be funny.
Let's make a cheese dimension. It's there. Like I remember in Skyrim, I had no idea this was coming. I think it was in Winterfell. You do like a drinking competition with some dude, and then you wake up and like everything is just messed. You like black out, and then you wake up and everything's just messed up. And it turns out the drinking competition was with Sheogorath, and you have to uncover like what you did while you were blacked out. And it's just like, what just happened? It went from like Skyrim, I'm a Dragon Lord, to like Hangover the movie in the middle of the game. But it was like actually really fun and engaging, and the story of it was really good. And that was so great. And now it's, what is the hue of this pot? I don't know. Better talk to Todd. And that doesn't work and makes it take 17 trillion years to make another game. So something has to change at Xbox. It sounds like there's a lot of change. Change is really, really chaotic. I don't think we are even sort of close to the end of the painful, chaotic change. And I hope they find a way out of it, because there's a lot of really cool IPs there and a lot of really cool people working there, I'm sure.
You know what's really funny is we've had some painful, chaotic change here lately.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of that going around the world right now.
I actually like gave an impromptu kind of talk to the writing team like an hour ago, where I was basically just like, I think actually said it better than I did. So I kind of wish that I had said it better.
I don't even know what this is, but cool.
It was basically just like, am I stressed? Yes. Yeah, super stressed. But there's a difference. This is a stress that is not it's not an external stress. It's it's kind of a it's time to lock in, and there's work to be done, and it can be really exciting, and it's stress about like a new opportunity, because I think internally we have a lot of things that we do really well. And I think we have a lot of stuff that hasn't been working as well. And I think that some of the upheaval that we've had is going to force us to reevaluate and do things differently. I've seen a growing sentiment over the last little while that the content is starting to feel more classic LTT. And it's not because there's different people working on it. In a lot of cases, it's some of our oldest timers that are working on a lot of that content, but the processes are changing, and we're getting out of necessity / out of because we're bored of being bored. We're getting scrappier again. Actually had a ton of fun today. Like Elijah was here before the show, and he was like exhausted because we shot all day. But we shot 2 LTTs today that were both just fun.
Amazing.
It's
actually so important, and I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah, like one of them doesn't sound fun. Elijah and I were having a conversation and realized, separate from the video, that both of us needed a printer right now. Our reasons for needing a printer were completely different. So he's got a lot more like business administration that he's got to do because of his like streaming side hustle.
Yep.
And he needs a printer. And my kids are getting to like high school age, and they need to, surprisingly, they still need to hand things in, whether it's like putting things on a poster board or whether it's like handing in an assignment. They actually still need to hand stuff in on paper, more often than I expected. And so we kind of went, Is that a video?
Is us going shopping for a printer a video?
Is us
Honestly, yeah.
is us going printer shopping a video.
Yeah.
And we made the decision, and it turns out that was easy. Yeah, it's a video. And so today, Elijah and I, having done zero research, neither of us having bought a printer. So to give you context, Elijah hadn't bought a printer ever. And my current most up-to-date printer that I bought is made by Samsung.
They haven't made printers in a minute, I think.
So how long do you think a minute is? Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. They're not going to help you.
No. When I worked at Geek Squad, they sold Samsung printers. So they definitely made them as of, when would that have been? 2011, I think. So I'm going to guess that they stopped in 2015.
You're actually super close. HP announced the acquisition of Samsung's printer business in 2016.
Ooh, that was pretty good, actually.
So it's been almost 10 years since Samsung printers have even been a thing.
And you definitely bought yours notably before they stopped being...
Oh, yeah, brother.
I'm pretty sure yours was old by that time.
It wasn't new. So, you know...
Yeah.
So we basically went in like, oh yeah, we'll how about the eco tank? Is that a good thing? And it's really interesting getting a more.
Man, that's actually got to be so much fun watching Linus and Elijah go into a store and just try to figure out what the heck all the terms are on the label for a tech product. Actually, sounds hilarious.
And the most frustrating part is how many terms were not on the label. Like there's a part in the video where I'm like, see, this is why everybody's turning to AI, because instead of having standardized labels that all have the same specs so that I can easily compare them, they all have the different things on them. One of them says how many pages per minute, and the next one over says whether it has a fax function or not. But does this one have a fax function? How many pages a minute does that one do? I don't know. That wasn't easy. Okay, I'll ask the AI, and then now I have to go and cross-check
verify everything it says.
Bloody stupid thing it says because I can't trust it at all.
Especially the Google one.
Yeah,
well, especially the search integrated ones.
Yeah,
they're all low tier.
It's very frustrating. And I actually also, it was another shopping video, which was like they were both in the same place. So we shot Linus buys Yvonne a phone as well, and that was frustrating for a completely different reason. How many options do you think there were for buying a printer?
These days, like 8.
Oh, dude, I kid you not, like 50.
Whoa.
Tons.
We're in
Staples.
Really? Okay.
Tons. Okay, we got your...
You did say the whole easy button thing. All right, yeah.
We got your Epson. We got your HP. Come on up here. We got your brother. We got your inkjet.
Are you including?
Got your toner, eco tank. They got so many options. Multifunction. They got everything, man. Business grade, consumer grade. Do you want the free ink?
So okay, I was basically only thinking like consumer grade, if that helps at all.
They got everything.
They probably still had way more than 8.
They got everything. Yeah. Okay. How many options do you think Yvonne had for phones?
I don't shop for things. No. Okay. Is she excluding any?
She is not buying an iPhone again.
Okay. So
that's
nothing
out.
on the iPhone side of things. Yeah. We got to look probably a couple generations. 15.
You're not even close. But the other way
at
this
the
time,
store? What?
There was, and I kid you not, there was the S25 FE.
Okay.
There S26, 26 Plus, 26 Ultra. They had the Flip and both of the new folds. So we're up to 7, and then they had like the Pixel 10a, 10, and 10 Pro.
They had the Flip and the 2 folds.
Well, they were just installing them today.
But not like a bajillion other things?
Dude, there was like...
That seems wild.
It was
to
an
me.
absolute desert of choice.
Huh.
Okay, you know what? You're actually really close. No, I forgot. There were 2 Motorola's as well. There was like 2 Motorola's. So it was like, there was like 12 phones.
Okay, sure.
So actually, you're close. But I was just...
Was that Staples again?
No, that was Best Buy. So
Okay.
like, where's the, and I know LG doesn't make them anymore, right? But like, where's the LG? Where's the Sony? Where's the Asus ROG? And to be clear, I know those also don't exist, but like, where's the Xiaomi and Realme?
That's kind
and
of your point, isn't it? They're all kind of falling off.
everything's gone.
OnePlus just left North American markets.
No Oppo, no Vivo,
Xperia is. I mean, you can,
are they Japan exclusive now?
I think you can get like international ones shipped to you, but I don't think they're in retail stores in North America.
Yeah,
Dan probably knows.
just
This one that I have is the 6 or something like that. It was available in America. There's an American variant. The previous generation did not have a North American variant.
Do you have that cool new one?
Not the newest one. No, I just upgraded this. I'm good with this one.
Okay.
But I still buy the Chinese variants because they have unlocked bootloader. They're all
Nice.
locked in America.
The Xperia phones right now are like my favorite phones on paper if you don't include the price as a line of item, and then you include the price as a line item, and it's like, never mind.
I gotta go and prepare the other one for you.
It's
I
fine.
am so dumb.
Anyways.
So,
Bye.
anyway, I was just I was blown away. Your options are pretty much Pixel, iPhone, Samsung, or go fuck yourself.
And the difference between those these days, I think, is also less than like ever before.
So boring. Oh, P Kinetics. Okay, P Kinetics in the chat. It's like I miss when HTC made good phones. Dude, I found an HTC One Mini in like my seat cushions the other day,
Those were nice.
and I was like,
Those felt good. Those felt really
yeah,
good.
like damn, that's
Yeah.
nice. Like,
Yeah.
where are the freaking options, man?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was
LG
really
G3.
disappointing.
Oh, there was some phones
Best
from
phone.
like
Best phone.
that era plus or minus like 3 years
was
that
a-
were just incredible.
I was a big Droid Turbo guy. I
Yeah.
freaking loved the Droid
Yeah.
Turbo with
Yeah.
the ballistic nylon backing.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
They didn't have it at Best Buy today, so it wasn't an option for Yvonne's purchase, but Motorola has a really nice fold now. The Razr. Check out the backing material.
I was looking at the backing material before I even felt it. It looks really sharp. I don't know if you guys. Which one? That one.
Yeah, it's not that close.
I don't think they're going to be able to really see
Yeah,
it.
they're not going to be able to see it.
Really nice pattern. It feels great in the hand, actually.
Yeah. So I'm probably not going to daily that just because I just got my hands on this, and then like immediately the Z Fold 8 arrived, and I am very curious to see if I can get used to the form factor. I actually shot the short circuit unboxing of it like right before I came down here. Yeah.
Of just like a normal flip. Oh, it's not normal. I see.
Yes.
It's like super wide and kind of short.
What did you call me?
Right after I said it.
The fuck did you just say to me?
I said it and then just stared at the phone and was like, we're going to just move on. Oh, yeah, that's kind of weird. Ooh.
One of these days, he will become the experienced on-camera personality that he was born to be, and he will not hold the camera out of sight or the phone out of sight.
Let me look at this real quick. It's
I'm dying.
I was not born to be this. We shaped me into this weird amoeba. It's a strange form factor. Okay, here's my 8 Pro, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very short. It's like
Very Luke Linus
right up
vibes.
to where the right up to where the camera bump is. But then if I open it up, it's enormous.
Yeah, flip it 90 degrees. No. Oh, God. No, the other... don't even. I'll wait. I can wait. What? That's... stop.
Clockwise. There you go. That's right.
Good enough. There you go. Now you can see the height difference. Okay, are you actually not going to hold it like that?
There you go.
There. For crying out loud. Like
I
this.
thought I had already shown that. Sorry.
No. So it's like the
So I
same.
guess you could turn it to the side.
So I was
Interesting.
when I was shooting the short circuit. I was actually like, I was doing the thing where I list all the positives about it, so that I can ultimately go, yeah, but like, come on. And then I went and I held
turned
it like this. And I went, holy crap, they might be onto something. It's like, like that's big, you know? And it's like, and it's light. It's only 201 grams. It's very like
What's the battery life?
holdable. I think it has don't quote me on this. It's in the short circuit. 46 or 4,800 milliamp hours.
That's a Samsung?
I've gotten shockingly good battery life out of the Fold 7. I've been extremely happy with it.
Are they doing battery in each, whatever you call it? I don't know, section?
Actually not sure. Haven't done a teardown. Wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All yours for the low price of $2,500 US for the 1 terabyte model.
No longer interesting.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yep.
1,900 for the, I think it's is it the 256 or one? I think it's a 256.
My old,
Don't quote me on that.
My old 8 Pro is still chooching. I am planning on probably doing a battery replacement because the battery on it at this point is brutal. It's
Yeah, that's the 256 for
yeah.
1,900. Anyone want to pick a topic? How did we end up on this after Xbox backward compatibility? This show can't even.
Sometimes we do be doing stuff. Who isn't going to be doing stuff is under 15s in France are not going to be social mediaing unless they find a very obvious way around the law. French lawmakers approved a bill on Tuesday banning social media access for children under 15. The measure must still pass the Constitutional Council before it can take effect. What's the right age for this kind of outright ban?
That was pretty much all I had to say about it. I mean, I guess we could do the discussion topic.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean,
I think we've kind of talked this to death a little bit, but we can
Yeah.
talk about the right age, I guess. I have no idea. Helpful.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what was my maturity level then? But the world was so different.
Very, very, very different.
Like, if you had told me at 15, or if you told me at 14 that I'm not allowed to have my MSN Messenger to talk to my friends, I'd been like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
Like, of course I should. And looking back at it, I don't think that was a problem. But the access to
it was very different.
way more limited.
Had to be on your desktop.
And probably at that time you had a single shared computer for the entire household.
Yeah.
So it was a different time. Yeah, I could see. I don't know. Crystal says under 13. I could see that. I could see 13 as a threshold. With that said, like 13-year-olds are, no offense, 13-year-olds, but like they're not mentally mature yet, like at all.
Yeah.
And social media. I guess for me,
Social
there's
media
two.
tends to assume that everyone is an adult.
There's two different conversations here, right? I think there's one conversation around what should be the age limit of social media. And then I think there's almost a separate conversation about what should be the age limit of the like hyper-tuned, hyper-addictive, hook you forever like monster that social media morphed into. Because I don't think there's any reason that a 13-year-old couldn't have been on, say, what Facebook was in the early days.
I would potentially even argue Discord now.
Yeah, Discord is...
Somewhat monitored Discord now, I think, is more similar to old social media platforms.
In that you are... The
if you
human
join a
connections.
Discord server with your buddies,
Yeah.
it's kind of like having an MSN Messenger from back in the day.
Yeah. And so I don't see a problem with that. But, when you talk about, like if one of my kids asked me, hey, can I install Instagram? I'd be like, no.
Or Twitter, X, whatever.
Yeah, that's a hard no.
TikTok.
Hard no.
Yeah. Those like infinite scrolling, freaking billions of dollars spent in mind control type things is a different threshold. And it like feels weird being like, yeah, Discord's the good one. I think there are obviously, as we saw when Discord did some not cool things recently, there are other similar alternatives. The line for me and the reason why I'm saying Discord is, yeah, it can be used poorly. You can end up on really bad communities on Discord. There was some stuff in the news recently of some like really terrible things going through Discord. That's going to be true for everything. But I think in general, when used fairly appropriately, it'll be direct messaging with your friends, very similar to MSN.
Yep.
And a potential like server thing that you could just have with your friends from school that should theoretically do a decent job of having some amount of wall in between just the whole open internet and this thing.
Our rule with our kids is, hey, you're a minor, and the deal is if you're allowed to use a platform that enables you to communicate broadly with the world, we're allowed to look at it. And we'll tell you, we're going to come look at it, and we'll do it together. We're not going to snoop on you. There will be no cloak and daggering in this relationship.
That's nice. That's cool.
But that's the deal.
Yeah.
And some people might look at that and go, helicopter parenting. Knock on wood. My kids all seem like they're turning out really good so far, so no regrets.
And
I'll stay in my little helicopter.
You know, just like every single thing, if the kids are, I like that. That's amazing.
Not even what a helicopter sounds like. But
Nope, that's fantastic.
Riding in the Linus copter.
If they really want to, if they're really motivated enough, they could just memorize the server ID and just leave it every time. Like there is, if the kids really want to, are super motivated, there will be a way around it. That's how I feel like with all of these laws too. It's like, yeah, okay, until I go on to like some realistic looking video game and make a character and then do some AI altering to the character and make it look like I create a persona and then create that digital persona online, and now I'm an adult who's able to get onto these social media platforms. Like there are ways around it, but I think even putting up a little bit of a barrier to try to dissuade and effectively communicate to parents, like, hey, this is dangerous for your kids, genuinely, I think can be a good thing.
Glow says, as someone that was raised by the internet with no parental guidelines, thank you for watching out for them. All right. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll pick the next one here.
Sure.
Should we get all the Xbox stuff out of the way? Or you know what? No, I'm gonna go with this one. The tariff saga continues, and I'm not talking about the most recent retaliatory tariffs for wildfire smoke, which is wild. No, I'm talking about Nintendo filing a motion to dismiss the class action from gamers who say that Nintendo would be double dipping by keeping its tariff refund after they passed tariff costs on to customers. Nintendo's argument, in its lawyer's words, is that buyers, this is a quote, received exactly what they bargained and paid for when they bought this price-hiked hardware, and, this is another quote, plaintiffs are not entitled to a rebate simply because of intervening legal developments related to tariffs. In other words, Nintendo's version of events is the sticker said $499 for one Switch 2, please. You paid $499. We gave you a Switch 2. The deal is now done. The reason this is coming up is that Nintendo raised prices, actually on both the original Switch and Switch 2 accessories, citing tariffs. The Supreme Court struck those tariffs down in February. Nintendo sued the government for its own refund in March, and then gamers filed the class action in April. Nintendo's filing argues that it has no legal duty to retroactively adjust prices on completed sales, saying that's not how commercial transactions work. GameFile's Stephen Totilo was first to report the motion. Our discussion question is, Nintendo blamed tariffs for price increases, then they sued to get their tariff money back while telling customers a deal's a deal. Legally, they might be right, so why do some people feel that they are so wrong? And this is one of those ones, I think I both sides to this the last time we talked about it, and I'll let you talk first because, spoiler alert, I'm going to both sides it again. So get ready.
Yeah, I mean, there are other costs involved, as we talked about this last time.
Thanks, Dan.
It's not like, I mean, there's even legal fees with them trying to sue the government to get their tariff money back. Like, there are other costs involved. It doesn't just magically evaporate like that.
The tariffs are also going away. The tariff cost is being taken or refunded to Nintendo because the tariffs were found to be illegal. There's nothing illegal about Nintendo putting a $4.99 price tag on something and you paying it. That's legal.
It's not necessarily nice.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's saying this doesn't suck. It's just, it's not illegal.
I think the people suing Nintendo are going to lose.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they will.
Yeah.
But what about the moral question? Morally speaking, do you think they're right? Should Nintendo pass the tariff refund back along?
I think part of it would be nice. I think if they could somehow figure out what a reasonable portion is, because again, there's
turning L's into W's. Sorry, I'm gonna let you finish, but I have an idea that I will pitch to Nintendo free of charge in a moment.
Okay, cool. Is like obviously the legal fees involved with this cost something. Pivoting the whole company, the amount of wasted time that they could have been doing other cool things, trying to figure out what is an appropriate rate that we can set it at with these literally constantly changing tariffs. What are these countermeasures we can do to move manufacturing or do other things to dodge these tariffs? All of that has actually very substantial costs. So if you work that out and then figure out how much is remaining in the increased pot, then you could.
Okay, here's my pitch. Here's my pitch to Nintendo free of charge, okay? As an act of goodwill, you guys take your tariff refund, which is going to be all done out in public, right? So everyone's going to know how much tariff refund you get, and you basically go, "Okay, here's the deal. Everyone who bought a Switch 2 or everyone who bought a Switch 2 so far, and everyone who bought a Switch 1 since, some date, gets $5 off a game over some amount in the Nintendo eShop." At the end of the day, it actually costs you nothing because you are incentivizing a purchase. So you will make money on the transaction. You could think of it as a marketing expense. And it's still an act of goodwill. Realistically, in terms of what class action settlements ultimately end up being, still giving something back to the entire Nintendo Switch customer base and Nintendo community. It's a way to kind of be a good guy and spend the money that you got after the fact, but on something that ultimately benefits you and your customers. We take a big L, we turn it into a W. Everybody wins. You're welcome.
I was also potentially thinking some like Nintendo Online time or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, something like that could be cool.
Yeah, some way to turn this crappy situation.
Doing something for the customers makes sense. A full refund of the entire difference of the cost doesn't, because Nintendo still incurred a lot of cost trying to deal with this situation. But yeah, there's some form of making the lives better of the people who bought it at the inflated price would be really cool.
I mean, I don't even know if it has to be because if you make it the people who specifically bought it the inflated cost, then that's setting a really dangerous precedent for Nintendo. Because now all of a sudden you are opening the door to the conversation of if there's ever if Nintendo gets a rebate from their battery OEM, is everybody who bought a Switch going to get a refund? Come on.
But it comes back down to what you were kind of saying, though. The tariffs were illegal tariffs. And they said that they raised the price specifically for that. So did they raise the price because of an illegal activity from their battery manufacturer that they then got refunded for?
We'd never know.
That's true.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We would never know that, right? So they're setting a really weird precedent if they go and alter the deal after the fact. Whereas if they just say, hey, here's a windfall. We love our Switch community so very huggy-muggy much. Here's something. Then I think that defuses a lot of the anger, and maybe even goes more broadly than just the people who, paid more than they would have liked for a game console.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
And look, I'm not saying, $5
it's also a logistical absolute freaking nightmare. just to be clear.
Which one? Gift cards?
Refunding.
Oh, that, yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, whereas like running a promo, basically saying, yeah, for the next week, you know,
If I bought my Switch from Willow. Let's say I bought it during the tariff increase. You think Nintendo's going to specifically talk with Willow to get in contact with me to give me money back?
Yeah.
Like how any of this happens, I don't even know.
Yeah.
There's probably a simpler way. They could set up some site and you can try to like submit a receipt or something, and then they have to do like OCR stuff on figuring out if the receipt is legitimate and.
Ain't any of that happening.
Yeah, probably not. So I like the idea of the something. I think that's pretty cool. eShop gift card, free Nintendo online, something like that would be pretty sweet.
All right. Speaking of online shops.
Don't they do this all the time with rebates? No, because the ones you're thinking of is a rebate that you get on the purchase of the product. So you would get some form of information that you then submit in order to get a rebate back. This is retroactive.
Yep.
So it would not.
So we weren't planning ahead for it this time.
Which is actually a huge problem in this case.
They're finally here. The last socks you'll ever want to buy. The LTT Forever socks. Oh, dang it. It moved right as I tried to click. Available in, well, sort of available. Some of the colors are already out. Man, one of these days, we're going to nail our forecasting, but it is not this day. The point is, is this the US site? Yeah, on the US site, we still have one color and one size, and I think the global site still has, yes, the global site actually still has pretty decent socks. Stock sock.
They're pretty decent socks.
Stock. The Forever sock is finally freaking here. After 6 years, we have dropped our much anticipated Forever sock. We obsessed over everything from the premium merino wool blend to the copper infused odor control to the reinforced heel and toe construction. The result, a long lasting sock that I think is the last socks you'll want to wear. And yes, we are even backing them with our limited lifetime warranty. So my notes here say, go make your feet happy at lmg.gg/forever sock. And then it says, note, high chance US site will be sold out by 4 p.m. Oh, okay. Well, that was a while ago. Cool. But the global site still has stock, and
US site still has smalls, I think.
Our Forever sock is a great opportunity for you guys to send in a checkout message. We, on the WAN show, believe that if you're going to throw money at your screen at live streamers, that you should get something great in return for that money. So we don't do Twitch bits, we don't do super chats. What we do is comms, a checkout message. All you got to do to send one is, while we're streaming, head over to lttstore.com, add something to your cart, and you will see in the checkout one of these. You click this button and you can type a message, you can change the color, you can decide whether to display your name or not display your name, and then all you got to do is go to the checkout and your message will go to producer Dan. There he is, who will, I don't know, pop it up here, or he'll reply to it, or he might curate it for me and Luke to respond to. So, Producer Dan, do you want to show the folks what that might look like when you curate a message?
Yeah, I've got a bunch here. The first one here is actually about the socks, so that works great.
That makes sense.
Hope you're swell, DLL. Can you explain how you choose SKUs for your first items, for your items? Why 3 colorways and not 2 styles for socks? It feels like variety should beat out colors to my novice noggin.
That is a great question. We do our best. We actually like agonize over this kind of thing.
You're
yeah, go ahead.
Just genuinely trying to predict the future.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, because you're trying to predict the future of what colors people want, you're trying to predict the future of what sizes people want, and you're trying to predict the future of that in different geographical locations, because now we have 2 stores.
What styles they want to. So we were going to launch with a half crew, and then we ultimately made the decision to launch with a full crew, because we kind of figured, okay, Well, the trend right now is that, kind of like how hemlines rise and fall with trends, sock heights rise and fall with trends. Ankle socks are out and longer socks are trending back. So we wanted to get out ahead of that.
This is probably the thing I am most unk about. I can't do it.
Which?
The tall socks.
Oh, you can't do it.
It drives me crazy.
You're an ankle sock guy?
Oh, yeah. But literally always.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I have never once liked, like, even when I'm trying to go like as warm as possible in a snow boot.
You'll wear an ankle sock in a snowboard boot.
I believe I have done so.
That's insane. Okay, so we can safely ignore him.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is 5 years ago, I was the unk guy because ankle socks were in and I was wearing
and you
full
like
crews.
the tall socks, yeah.
Yeah. So that was another thing that shifted us towards the full crew for the launch. And so in response, why not 2 styles instead of 3 colors? So for one thing, 2 styles in 2 colors would have been 4 lines, which would have been 33% more. So 4 doesn't sound like a lot more than 3, except that 4 is 33% more. And already with the 3, we have 3 sizes times 3 colors. So that's 9 times 2 locations. So that is 18 discrete bins somewhere in order to have a sock. If we had gone with 2 colors in 2 styles, that would have been, what number did I just say? 18?
Yeah.
So it would have been 33% more. So it would have been another 6. It would have been 24. It's insane.
Scales really, really fast. How many SKUs do you guys have? It's thousands.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's thousands.
Yes, it's thousands.
It's thousands. Yes. I know it's thousands. I literally don't know exactly how many it is.
Yeah.
I can check if you care.
No.
I'd rather not know.
Doesn't matter.
You do not want to know.
Yeah, rather not know. Ben Bob says, why not XL size? Because we didn't. We had to start somewhere. This was our first foray into socks. We were pretty bullish on this. Clearly, we were not bullish enough. We did not order enough. But we will order more. And when we do so, you can expect that we are going to be looking at, over the next little while, hey, do we do a half crew? Do we do an ankle? Do we do expanded sizing? Because to say that the launch has been successful would be an understatement. One of the things that we struggle with, though, and I'm just gonna be real with you guys right now, is maintaining momentum on our products. We will have these like amazing product launches, and we'll sell, a few socks in a day, and then a couple months later, the buzz is kind of like died down, and we really struggle. We're doing better. To be clear, we're doing better at it, and we're always improving, but we kind of struggle with the ongoing marketing of our products.
There is,
and
I'll go. I do think sometimes we make such a varied set of things.
Oh, we do.
That it can be
Linus-led development. It's actually, they're getting better about that too. The fashion team is really putting a lot of pressure on me to have a cohesive, product roadmap. Rather than just okay, I was in the middle of the meeting where they're literally going through the fall/winter 27 plan with me, to give you some idea how far out ahead they are on this stuff, because they're organized people. And I'm like, okay, wait, hold on. I just had a brainstorm. Okay, can we do a T-shirt that just has a pie symbol and then a picture of a rat? Because I think our audience would just freaking love that. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll put it in the pile. So you gotta have a balance of both. You gotta have just the creative dragon energy, and then you've also gotta have the structure. And so what you're seeing here is creative dragon energy. Hey, we need to make this thing, and here's all the cool stuff it should have, and it's going to be awesome. And then it's okay, we need to start somewhere. So here's how we pare down the offerings to something reasonable, and here's how we kind of go to market and then expand it. But then where Luke is going with this is okay, as we take that slow and steady approach in the background, how exactly is it that you can tell what kind of store this is?
Well, okay, here's my question.
Yeah.
Without the banner.
How did I not wear that shirt for the video? Anyway, go ahead.
Without this banner, so let's pretend this banner is not in rotation. Let's go forward a few weeks, a couple months, whatever. Where are the socks?
They are under apparel.
Nope.
Really? Ooh. Okay. Well. Okay. I'll ask for that to be moved.
We make so many different things that sometimes the categorization of stuff gets kind of weird. Like if I go under tools and I click on screwdrivers, it has improved. Someone listen to me. Thank you very much. But it's sometimes finding stuff on the store is like kind of hard. And part of that is because we just make so much stuff. I don't know that many stores other than like a freaking, I don't know, Target that sells like some of the variety of different things that we have. We have apparel, both tops, bottoms, loungewear, underwear, jackets, vests, hats, everything you can imagine for apparel. We have screwdrivers, we have tape, we have the bit cases, we have bits, we have cables, we have cable management, we have thermal pads, we have hand slider things for mouse pads, we have cable management, we have keychains, pins, stickers, toys.
You haven't even mentioned water bottles.
Pet caves, water bottles, desk pads, stationery. What is happening?
Well, it doesn't move.
And it just keeps going. So it's difficult to, I sympathize with the problem, but it's difficult to like kind of decide where things are going to go and make them discoverable. But also some people don't necessarily realize that these are clickable things that are categories. So like it's the whole thing is it's very tough. See, like backpacks is like that right now. There's no subcategory for backpacks. It's just the backpacks category. But then like screwdriver, there's screwdrivers, but then position and ratcheting and
For what it's worth,
it's so hard.
don't take this the wrong way. The team that works on the website, we know that it's a difficult challenge.
Yes.
And no matter what we do, it's not going to be perfect.
It's a very difficult problem to solve when you have this many different things.
I mean, I think what I'm discovering is like as much as like remember when like ASUS would get all butthurt when we would just call their ROG monitor an ASUS monitor. And we'd be like, oh my God, just relax. You're ASUS. You make ROG. Just chill. Right?
It's because they make so many things that need their categorization to make
I'm
sense.
beginning to understand why you need sub-brands.
This problem is a big part of the reason why I gave so much props to the Forever Sock name and the TrueSpec name is because giving them something more searchable like that is like helpful. The search on the store is starting to become significantly more important,
Right?
Because like just finding things is tough. Yeah.
Simpleton says, I did not realize the title was of the categories that were like clickable. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So if that's true, how do you find a backpack? So it's like I'm very interested in I was talking to Taryn about this the other day, having like mouse behavior stuff on the site. I'm trying to figure out like how people actually use the site, because I'm interested in what people click on, and I wonder like how much of that like recency bias in product releasement in product releases for sales is the banner, because the banner is really effective at getting something out in front of you. The shop products down here, these categories, it all looks nice. Like the store looks great, but there's just so many different things. If we just sold t-shirts, it would be fine, but we don't. We also sell everything.
Tools.
So it's like, where do we put all this stuff?
Cable management.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pens.
Where
are pens?
They're
Accessories?
cool pens.
Accessories? Nope. Home and
Maybe
decor?
stationery.
We also do accessories for the screwdriver, like
Stationary.
grip tape, extensions,
There we go. We
There
got
we
it.
go. Floppy disk notebook, and also
children's toys.
mechanical pencil and pen. Yeah, I forgot about the children's toys.
Books.
Home and decor.
All right, Dan, we get it.
Decor?
What do we have under decor? Okay, we need to just blow those away.
There's 8 left.
There's 8
There's
left.
8
Okay,
small ones
Can
left.
you guys do me a favor and just buy those, please? That would be great. Then we could get it off the site.
Yeah, then we can reprint them.
No, we're not reprinting them. What are the reviews on this? People left reviews on this? This has 5
Dude,
stars.
it's all 5 stars. This product is perfect. What the? Go away. We'll likely get sticker bombed.
I just wanted something to fill some space on my wall. Once again, LTT delivered with this masterpiece. It's a damn good print. Creator Warehouse seems to only be able to deliver at 110%. I can't wait to see what new products are released. Absolutely beautiful accent to my drab room.
It really should have looked at the specs. Thought the print would be way larger, but that's my fault for not paying attention. I will apply a thick epoxy coat the same way I coat my stickers and other print-based decor. Huh?
I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
Was that one com?
Yes.
Okay, hit me, Dan.
We're on one today.
You're still doing good for time.
Okay.
Dear Linus, what would you change about the Canadian school system as a father and company founder? As the principal of a German primary school, I always enjoy looking beyond my own system. Cheers.
Are you trying to get me in trouble? I feel like you're trying to get me in trouble.
How did that get you in trouble?
I plead the fifth.
Because I'm gonna there's no way that I'm gonna be able to talk about the school system without there being a bunch of hot takes.
Nice.
Like I've probably got already in my mind. I've probably already got 3 things that could get me canceled.
Oh.
So first of all, bring back letter grades at every stage.
What is
They
it?
got rid of letter grades?
What is it? Yeah.
You guys don't know about this?
No.
No, we're old.
We're
Back
both
in my day,
childless dungeon
a
nerds.
1 terabyte hard drive was cool.
I mean, right.
Now I have that in RAM.
Oh my God, do you?
Like I don't have a house, I just have the RAM.
So grades are done from emerging to developing to proficient to extending. That's how grading is done up until it depends on the school, the exact school and the exact school district. But in the province of British Columbia, that's been the guidance for quite some time now. As long as my kids have been in school.
I don't like it.
So it's like
Kids are wrong.
It's all graded out of 5 instead of 100.
It's also the kids' fault.
No.
Even though it's my generation.
Yes, I blame the children.
So you don't get a letter grade. You just get this word that describes your mastery of the material and the way that it was defended. I remember reading what to me, and again, this is to take this for my ignorant boomer take that it is. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's a better system. I am not a professional studier of this, but to me, I read what seemed like pretty much the most asinine possible defense of this system from some minister of something or some bigwig of some sort in the newspaper, to give you some idea how long ago I was reading about this. And basically they were like, this system is designed to facilitate communication between the school and the parents to really give them an idea of how their kids are doing. And I'm like, that's what the fucking letter grade was for.
I could actually see kind of both used in combination, because I could see one being a trend line and one being the state.
Or how do you do like sense. GPA?
Well,
like everybody's like, I have a 4.0 GPA. Like,
yeah, but
I got exemplaries.
Luke, that's why we had That's why we had like the effort grade.
Oh, okay.
So when I was in elementary school, we had 2 grades for every subject. We had your score on your assignments grade, A, B, C, C, or A, B, C plus C and C minus, and then basically, I forget what it was, like incomplete or something. Like we didn't have Fs already. We'd done away with Fs because Fs are bad. And then we also had a GSN, so good, satisfactory, and needs improvement for like your effort and your attitude. So we already had that.
I don't remember if that was a thing for me or not. My elementary school was also kind of weird, but
so I'm just in a good way. First thing I would do is I would say, hey, why don't we just keep giving everyone a letter, because everybody just boils this new system down to letters anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we just have a more granular system where within the letter you also have an exact number. Okay, yay, we already had that. Cool, wonderful. Number 2, and this is one that's probably going to get me into a lot more trouble, but the BCTF is way too powerful.
BC Teacher Foundation.
Federation.
Federation.
The union.
I was guessing.
I had terrible teachers. I had really good teachers, but I also had terrible teachers. And when you could get the good teachers, talking and, building rapport. Like I had some of my teachers, I was not inappropriately, but like I was pretty close to.
Yeah, me too.
Like there were a couple of my teachers that I hung out with after I graduated and went to see and talk with and say, how are you doing? Here's how we're doing. And that was cool. It was like not weird, like it was cool. And, when you get them talking, they are as frustrated as anyone that terrible teachers are stuck in the system, and instead of being able to fire them, because the union is so powerful, they just end up getting shuffled around from school to school, or worst case, from district to district, and you can't get rid of them. You can't drain the sludge. And at the same time, you've got new, freshly trained, freshly out of school,
hungry,
with all the latest educational methods, freshly educated, want to teach. They're so excited to teach young minds, and they can't get a freaking job because you've got this dead weight in the system that, quite frankly, shouldn't be anywhere near our most valuable resource as a country. Like if we're looking at it from like a very macro standpoint, every hour of a student's time in the classroom that is wasted is such a squandering of the most important part of that person's young life that is laying the foundation of the rest of their time here on this earth. And it offends me. There, period. It offends me. And this is one of those ones that's a tough conversation because I am not against worker protections either. An abusive employer should not exist. And unfortunately, that's why we have collective bargaining, because the time before collective bargaining was bad. That was bad. That was not a good solution. In the case of the BCTF, not a fan. To be clear, I've been out of the school system for a long time, but I have had kids in the school system much more recently than that, and I have certainly encountered similar issues. So I'm not convinced that it has been meaningfully changed. The other thing, the last thing, and this one's probably the least. Andre B says the big positive of the BCTF is the fighting they do for class size and composition limits. That is absolutely true.
Yeah, he's not against all of it. I don't think there's been any point in my life where I thought the level of tenure protections that they have there makes sense. And I thought that when I was in high school. Yeah. But I also thought in high school that some of the class sizes were a little freaking silly. So I don't know. There can be good and bad things about a department.
Aquarius Babe says, me cracking up. Went to the same school as Linus, and there were some horrible teachers. One was shuffled around and ended up setting fire to the science room at the new school. I did hear about that. And this is one of those things where someone's all mad at me, anti-union rhetoric again. Get over it. No system is perfect. Every system has flaws. Yes, even that one. And I've been up close and personal with some of the flaws of this specific organization in this specific region, which, by the way, you probably know nothing about. Get over it. I'm not saying this broadly, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't exist.
He literally also said that they do good stuff as well.
Absolutely. But not everything about it generates a positive outcome. And if you cannot handle that, then you're probably your view is probably too narrow. I'm sorry. You got to broaden your view.
What's your last point?
Last point is I think that we focus too much on pure academics.
Yeah.
I think that in our desperation to make sure that nobody gets left behind, we actually hold back the brightest pupils when it comes to academics, and we end up completely wasting the time of people that don't need to be able to do advanced algebra. That where it will literally never
Maybe
come
there's
up.
something else that might help them a lot more. I think this question came from someone in the German program. I remember when I was in high school, I took German, and we would learn different things about Germany. And I remember hearing about, I'm going to screw up a lot of these details, but I remember hearing about some of the details of how the German school system works, where once you're at some grade, I don't remember which one, I remember thinking that it was like either really early high school or like kind of middle school-ish.
Switch to a vocational stream.
You would pick a road. And I remember thinking like, man, that's cool. And I remember hearing some of the other kids in the class pushing back, being like, I don't know what I want to do yet. But in my mind, I was like, damn, dude, I do. Like if I could go down a path that was more tailored for that, like, my God, I would love that.
It's also tailored to your skill level, you know?
And to be clear, some schools actually do a pretty good job of these types of programs. Like
Fourth grade, wow.
My school wasn't perfect. Like I forget their username, but to their point, there were some really, really bad teachers in our school, but there were also some really cool programs. We had an incredible automotive shop, very well equipped. And like we would actually work on people's cars, and so in much the same way that you'll have like a student dentistry at like the university or whatever, and like the high school students were learning real mechanic skills.
Awesome
in high school.
That is very cool.
Strongly
support that.
All that I know about, changing oil and doing alignment and anything to do with cars was the one term I took of it. And I was like, okay, this isn't for me, which is good for me to know. But we were learning real shit.
Yeah.
And the theory, and it was freaking awesome. And the people who enjoyed that stream loved it and were bored senseless in English class.
Yeah.
To be clear, I'm not saying that people should graduate high school without being able to read a book.
I think you need certain minimums. I think you should take a certain minimum of math so you don't just get scammed for the rest of your life.
But
I think you should take certain minimums.
But that math should be focused. It should be focused on like
practical skills.
How to run a small business.
Sure. That would be awesome.
Like, dude,
That'd be wicked.
I went all the way through to Math 12 and I still don't know what practical application there was for most of what I learned.
Yeah. Well, there isn't.
And so,
unless you go down if you go down engineering, if you go down something else, there absolutely is. But if you
sure, but what percentage of the population is that?
But you do. I understand wanting to cultivate more people into STEM and all that kind of stuff. But if you're just forcing people down the line and they know they don't want to go that road anyways,
and they don't want to be there,
and they're just going to fail out or struggle and just be pissed off anyways, I think allowing them to go do something else is totally fine. That being said, I don't think Math 12 is required.
No, Math 12 is not required. But you have to do up to, I think it's like 10 essentials or something like that, or nine essentials.
I thought you even had to do 11. But
that may be true. I don't remember the rules anymore.
It's probably changed by now.
It's been a minute. But basically what happened was, and this was true at the time, was you had to reach a certain level of math according to the grade level attached to it. So what they did was they created different levels of the class. And I forget what it was, if it was 9 or 10 or 11, but there was principles, which was the mainstream one.
Oh.
There was enriched at our school anyway. There was, I believe, enriched, which was the more like university prep one. And then there was essentials, which was basically, from my understanding, it was grade 8 math, but like you're taking it in grade 10 or grade 11 or whenever it was. And as long as it had that number on it, then like we taught them grade 11 math, but you didn't. So what are we even all doing here? What are we even talking about?
If it's a business level thing or like a taxes or how to not get bamboozled.
No, it was just lower level math.
Yeah, that's a little sad. But I can definitely understand like, okay, you know what? I'm in X course. I don't care about the English. Your example that you just gave was automotive. I don't care about English now. Okay, well, you're going to need to write sometimes. It's just a fact of life. So we'll get you to a certain point where you can like write coherently. And, you should be able to prove that you can do an essay. so you can kind of bundle your thoughts and form an argument, so that if your automotive shop that you end up having ever gets in like legal trouble or something, you can organize your thoughts and defend your case. Cool. You don't need English 12 for that. But we'll get you to like some functional level. Sweet. I like the idea of at least getting people to these functional levels in a variety of different areas.
And the other thing that, the best argument I think I could even give for why we should change, because I could see some people hearing what I say. I'm actually pretty passionate about education in general. It's really funny. We had that exclusive on Floatplane last week, and people were like, "Whoa, Linus is a really good swimming teacher." It's like, yeah, because I've basically spent my whole life teaching people stuff in one form or another, whether it's about computers or aquatic exercise or painting houses or whatever. I've functionally always been a trainer or teacher in some form. It's something that I get joy from. It's something that I legitimately actually enjoy. And the best argument I can give for why we need to change this is not that, I'm some elitist who's like, oh yeah, only, the smart kids deserve a chance or whatever. No, it's about giving everybody their best possible chance. And the current system is not working. Like every year there's a fresh batch of articles with college professors lamenting the fact that kids are arriving at university and college and don't know how to read. And it's like rubber stamping everybody through this system is clearly not working.
I think also and this seems to be a fairly obvious thing in like almost every realm, but like real feedback. So you can, and not, mean punitive feedback, but real feedback can be really useful for people to try to kind of shape things. You might want to know if you're kind of capable of going down a certain path, right? Or maybe you're capable, but how difficult will it be for you? And if something else feels natural and you're getting good responses, your grades are going well, whatever, that might be a good path for you to follow. But some of these courses that I'm hearing where people can't read when they get into it are like, yeah, maybe you should have known this wasn't going to work out for you before you got a massive student loan. And
maybe if they had proper letter grades.
This is what I'm saying.
Stuff.
Like it feels like we're not only not necessarily setting them up for success, but then how the whole student loan system works and how important that part of your life is for setting up your future. You're not just not setting them up for success, you are specifically also setting them up for failure. I think both things are happening.
I am starting to get very curious who exactly Aquarius Babe 86 is. The 86 would seem to indicate not only we went to the same school, but we were the same age. And you say metal art and jewelry was one of my fave classes ever. It turned into one of my hobbies. Did we take metal art and jewelry together? Shout out Mr. Russell. Or was it Sour? I think Sowerby taught mine. Anyway. Shout out Mr. Sowerby too. Anyway.
Are you done with the merch question?
Excuse me?
So I do.
Excuse me? What did you just call it?
So I do some more topics.
What did you just call it?
Merch question.
Excuse me? I heard the question. What was it? There was a word he said that I don't understand.
Question.
The product question.
That's not even what it's called either.
Well, it's not called that. Okay.
No. Are you done with the com?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
How about some more topics?
Sure. You want to pick one? Should we do the LG one?
Sure. Yeah. LG abuses.
Hold on. The person in Floatplane chat is upset. They did not say I was spewing anti-union rhetoric. They were saying a lot of comments on Floatplane were. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I assumed, because you did not address anybody, that you were talking about what I was talking about. And I'm not trying to be anti it. There's really good things about it. It's just that I've seen bad outcomes up close, both through my involvement with one back when I was teaching back when I was teaching swimming and when I was a lifeguard, and through just especially hearing my parents talk about it. My parents are both teachers, and it's really frustrating for your star team members when the losers get paid the same and you can't get rid of them. It's so demoralizing. Anyway, okay, Luke, carry on.
Aquarius Babe responded, LOL, wouldn't expect Linus to remember me. I was a student aide for his grade 8 computer class.
We only had computers for a third of a term. I really don't remember that. All right. Well, was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
LG abuses Windows Update driver install to push McAfee. After numerous user complaints on the LG OLED subreddit, a Gamers Nexus investigation found that LG has been taking advantage of a Windows feature that allows a hardware support app, in this case the LG Monitor app installer, yikes, wow, to be automatically and silently installed alongside the device drivers when a new device is plugged into a Windows 11 machine, and drivers are automatically installed via Windows Update. That blows. These hardware support apps are apparently granted significant privacy-breaking permissions without any form of user consent or even notice. Why does Windows suck so much? Oh my God. In this case, the LG Monitor app, among other things, shows large pop-up ads for trials of McAfee antivirus. Some users report that this has been happening since 2024. Since this came to light, Microsoft stepped in, and Windows chief Pavan told The Verge that LG has agreed to immediately disable the McAfee pop-up and pledged that Microsoft will keep improving here with our ecosystem partners. No, I think you just need to change the rules on that one. LG attempted to defend their behavior with an uncredited statement to Windows Latest. LG Electronics reiterates that McAfee is not installed automatically. It is never installed without a user's explicit consent. The LG Monitor app installer is distributed through Microsoft's official Windows distribution process, which included McAfee as an option.
Yeah, we know. That's the problem.
McAfee will be installed only if a user actively chooses to proceed with the installation and provides consent. Under no circumstances is McAfee installed automatically or without user authorization. The LG Monitor app installer does not access, collect, or transmit any user. I don't want you to tell me that. I want it to not be possible.
To be clear, I like drivers automatically appearing. So I'm actually I'm going to push back on just that part. I like the idea of that I plug something in and it just works. What I don't like is when it's allowed to have a parasitic payload.
That's my point.
Yeah. Well, no. I just want to be really clear that if there is a monitor like driver that I need so that I can use a hotkey to change my brightness or like whatever, right? Like if there's something that enhances the user experience, yay. McAfee prompt? No.
Yeah.
And also, to Luke's point, that shouldn't be possible. What are the punitive measures that someone like a Microsoft could take if somebody does this? Like, let's get creative here. What can Microsoft do to police this?
Make it so that violations have a huge cost.
How can they enforce that?
What do you mean?
Okay, you send MSI a bill for $1 million. What makes them, or MSI, excuse me, no, LG. You send LG a bill for $1 million. Why would they pay it?
Stop supporting their devices. That will hurt them more than Windows.
That will hurt the customer, though. I don't think any solution should hurt the customer.
I would stop supporting their devices in this way, and I would give the users a flag, some type of notification that's like LG was found to be distributing what is arguably malware. In order to get driver updates, please follow this manual process, and then link them to some documentation.
But then would that, I mean, in order to get LG drivers, presumably they would have to be linking them to an LG source. How would Microsoft then ensure that LG source does not include a McAfee installer?
So how exactly, is this Windows Update that it goes through? It's not,
Yeah,
right?
it goes through Windows Update, I believe. It happens
Automatically
silently in the
installed via
background, though.
Windows Update.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's still worth it because at least you're flagging to the user that LG was like abusing systems and is not cool.
Charged Nuclear goes, ha 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 ha. Linus thinks they care about the customer. I didn't say that. What I said was the solution should not harm the customer. That's what I said. I didn't say that anyone agreed with me. I just said that I feel that.
Yeah.
Mind Paradox says, how about a check that we must be notified before software is installed and only if we actively say yes to install it? Okay. Counterpoint. Users will often, to their own detriment, put off installing updates. I mean, that's a huge part of why, actually, it's fun. We just did a Windows tier list. We shot it earlier this week. And we made a joke about the first Windows that introduced automatic updating and talked about how it's, so Microsoft can break your computer every Patch Tuesday. But also, here's why it was necessary, because in especially the early days of connected devices and the broader internet just kind of coming online, people not updating their shiz was a big problem. It was a huge vector. And any vector that the user refuses to patch is by definition an unpatched vector, right? So automatic updates, I think in the modern world, I don't think you can get away from that. I don't think I would advocate for that. And if you give the user a choice, they're going to dismiss it some number of times out of 10. Okay, let's see if anybody else has any really good ideas.
I don't think you have to force automatic updates. I think you could make it up to the user.
But then the more compromised devices there are, the worse everything is for everybody. More zombie devices is bad.
Yeah, but I should still be able to control my system. Like in Linux, I mean, we're pushing everyone to go to Linux. You can do whatever the hell you want.
You can.
I don't think either of my systems are running automatic updates. I just also update them. I also find updating in Linux to be like fun and rewarding, and updating in Windows to be horrible and slow and not
scary.
Rewarding and scary.
So,
and just generally bad. So like there are very different experiences. The Linux one is really fast for some reason. Really fast. And then Windows one will genuinely take very long often.
So what would your solution be if we didn't force people to update? Because I think part of the reason it works so well for Linux is that Linux people generally skew more tech savvy.
I think I would be okay with it just being an opt-out. Can you do that on Windows Update?
Not forever. Eventually it will force you to install, especially security updates. And so like what would be... if Linux went more normie? Because that there's a selection bias in the people who are running these operating systems. So I would actually agree with you that right now the approach on most mainstream Linux distros is not a problem because of who's using them.
We are hoping that kind of fades over time.
Exactly.
So let's imagine that it does happen. You want Linux to be forcing automatic updates now?
So what I'm asking you is, what's your solution then? Because I think everyone, I hope, pretty much agrees that a massive army of unpatched devices is super, super mega bad. And I think you guys know from administering even a very tech-savvy company that people will put off updates as long as humanly possible, as often as humanly possible, once you get into the broader population. So what's your solution then, I guess is what I'm asking.
I don't know if I necessarily have one. On a business level, the businesses can enforce updates. We enforce updates. On a personal level, though, like I want control over my computer.
I know you do, but like my aunt, I think, lost her control over whether she's allowed to decide to update privileges when she decided not to update. And her,
but as like the like family administrator, as it were, I think you can make that choice. It's not that I don't want the option for automatic updates.
Sure.
It could even be, in my opinion, default on, which will mean that 90+% of people are never going to turn it off.
Well, then, I mean, I
want the ability to control my computer.
I know, but I'm not talking about you. So I feel like we're both kind of talking past each other.
It could be default on, though, is what I'm saying.
No, I get it. I just mean, like it's, like there's two angles here, because the problem here is that I agree with you. I want to control my computer too. If I say, no, I'm actually in the middle of something right now, and you rip away control and take away my ability to do something for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Sometimes a really long time.
We were literally in the middle of that Windows tier list shoot, and Jordan's computer forced him to apply an update, and it was the computer that he was using for the web-based, like you can run any version of Windows in a web browser, like background that I had behind me that we were changing with every version of Windows, and we had to pause the bloody shoot because of Windows updates.
We have this on WAN Show all the time. Our like Google sessions will log us out because we only use these once a week.
I can't agree with you more that I want to control my computer and I want to decide when I want to update. But that is kind of separate from the conversation that I'm having, which is what is the broader solution so that we don't have a giant army of insecure computers.
I think the broader solution
everywhere.
is default on.
Default on, and we hope that people don't get, they stay tech savvy enough they don't get tech savvy enough to disable that while not getting also tech savvy enough to understand that they should update. We hope that.
I genuinely think over 90% of people will never even go to the control panel option to do anything with it in the first place.
I think that's look, 95% of statistics are made up.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Mine was extremely made up based on
However,
Stardust.
I suspect you're not that far off.
I think so.
I'm fretting because
For sure.
Because to me the risk of many unsecured devices is very scary.
Yeah, the risk of malware being able to deploy that way is also scary, though. We just saw that with Linux. The AUR got compromised. If those updates were forced down my throat, I'd be pretty pissed about it. So, like, it's the whole. I don't remember exactly how the phrase goes, but it's like if you sacrifice liberty for security, you'll have neither. Or whatever. Blah blah
So
blah.
apparently that gets misquoted a lot. So I'm gonna help us get it right this time.
Let's see what it is.
If you something liberty, freedom, etc., security, you deserve neither. Like, I can remember enough of the words that I can kind of. Okay, here we go. Okay, we've got an NPR article. Ben Franklin's famous liberty safety quote lost its context in the 21st century. So he once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And this often comes up, this is from NPR, in the context of new technology and concerns about government surveillance. But Benjamin Witz, senior fellow at the Brookings Institute and editor of Lawfare, tells NPR's Robert Siegel that it wasn't originally meant to mean what most people think. Franklin was basically, and so he's paraphrasing here, basically said those who would trade privacy for a bit of security deserve neither. What is the exact? Oh my. Okay. Well, this is a lot longer, unfortunately,
really long.
than
It's just like a conversation.
I can read right now. There's all these quotations. Think of "Kill All the Lawyers," right, from Shakespeare. Nobody really remembers what the characters in question were saying at that time. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna have to look at this again later. I'm not going to take a stance on the quote for right now.
I think either way is basically my point, whatever the heck the quote even is there are, as we're literally talking about right now, ways that can be used maliciously.
Yeah.
And I would like to be able to choose how to defend myself. I do think for the vast majority of people, the right approach is going to be automatic
Rip out the
updates.
Ethernet cord. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think for the vast majority of people, automatic updates is the right approach.
The internet's over!
I even think the annoying persistence that Windows has might even be the right approach for most people.
Sure.
That being said, if someone wants to go in and try to do something manually to change how their computer works, I think they should be able to do so.
Good luck, everybody.
And there will be bad there. But there's already bad, dude.
Luke, there's bad everywhere.
The like that insane worm that's out there that's controlling like a crazy amount of computers right now.
Is that the one in RFK Jr.'s brain?
Dan was so ready for that.
Well, because I had the same joke. As soon as you started with that worm, I was like, here it comes.
Let's see. Let's see.
Okay, Mind Paradox summarized it. Thanks, Mind Paradox, in Floatplane chat. From the article, he was writing about a tax dispute between the Pennsylvania General Assembly and the family of the Penns, the proprietary family of the Pennsylvania colony who ruled it from afar.
The proprietary family?
Yeah, like a proprietor.
Yeah.
The legislature was trying to tax the Penn family lands to pay for frontier defense during the French and Indian War, and the Penn family kept instructing the governor to veto. Franklin felt that this was a great affront to the ability of the legislature to govern, and so he actually meant purchase a little temporary safety very literally. The Penn family was trying to give a lump sum of money in exchange for the General Assembly's acknowledging that it did not have the authority to tax it. So, okay, he didn't mean it like broadly necessarily. He was talking about something very specific. I mean, it's a banger quote one way or another, and it's a sentiment that even outside of the context, I think resonates with a lot of people.
And I think sometimes it can be taken too far.
Yes,
pretty often maybe, but I think in this case, I think security vulnerabilities are gonna security vulnerability, and it is what it is. Like that whole thing of like every lock can be picked is just more true than a lot of people are comfortable with, and every form of security can also be used as offense is another thing that people also need to be aware of. And it's just I don't know. The Shai Hulud worm that was distributed through NPM is also like huge and terrifying, and the AUR hack was huge and terrifying, and these things are like very real
and happening really fast right now.
Yeah,
say what you want
and
about,
I don't think it's gonna slow down.
Useless, AI search results or whatever, but AI is definitely making some stuff happen in terms of security right now. You
know how I said that I kind of like updating on Linux?
Yeah.
Part of that process right now is in CachyOS, when I do the update, it will read Arch News. It will check Arch News to see if there's anything going on.
Oh, yeah.
And if there's nothing going on, I'll be, okay, cool, update. I think it was yesterday, I checked, I'm going to do some updates, and it was like, there's some things happening in Arch News. I didn't even look. I was just like, never mind. Everything's fine. I closed it. I'll wait for that to resolve. I'll come back soon. We'll figure it out. There are other times where I've read it and then decided from there if I want to move forward or not. But in this particular case, I was like, I was going to be leaving the computer shortly and was like, I could run an update real quick. And then it was like, nah, I'll just do that later. That's really nice. Windows does not do that. There has been a lot of times where a Windows update has gone out and the internet collectively has been like, oh my God, do not update to this. And
it's been happening a lot.
Yeah. And I really appreciate that level of safeguard is there on the Cachy side, where it's like, there's some news going on.
Yeah.
Here's the ways you can find it. You can go read it, make your own decision, and go from there. And the Windows side is just like, have fun. Here's your update. It might brick everything.
I mean, yes and no. They do them in a rolling fashion. So they don't actually just go to everybody at once.
So it's a dice roll of whether or not it's a
Sure is. I'm just, it is better. It is better. It's not perfect.
Russian roulette with production hardware.
I just want to make sure that if we're going to dunk on them, we are dunking on them accurately. They deserve the dunk. They just maybe didn't deserve that last little bit of razzle dazzle. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Extremely reasonable.
CatOS linked this, which is actually really cool. Windows patch scanner, Windows update regression feed for sysadmins. That's neat. This is probably, Dan, let me know what you think on this one. This is probably one of the most vibe-coded looking websites I've seen in a while.
Is that a Vista icon?
It is.
It is. It has all the telltale design signs.
I don't really know anything about vibe-coded websites.
It's just different color palettes that they use, different kind of like styles.
Yeah, that like orangey kind of.
Yep.
This is like, give me a Web 3.0 Silicon Valley website.
Yeah.
Which is hacker-focused and uses terminal font.
And Electrobot in chat said it's a nice design, IMO. I'm not even pointing out the design is bad. I think the design's great. If this isn't a vibe-coded AI-designed website, then this website was trained upon. I guarantee it. Because it looks really good.
I love this style.
Yeah. I think it looks great, personally. But it's just, it immediately jumped out at me as like the way that they did the boxes, the way they chose the color palette and stuff like that. It's either been heavily trained upon, which is quite likely, or it's vibe designed. Yeah.
We should probably do a couple sponsors. First, our Floatplane announcement. Luke gets canceled on Floatplane this week.
Nah. Didn't happen.
Is there any context for that, or do I just need to?
Genuinely no idea.
Do you have Floatplane logged in? Like,
yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do that? Do you want to show what I'm supposed to be showing right now? Because I can't read the notes and also screen share.
Okay, it's going to take me a second because I got to, but I can get there.
He's cooking. Let him cook.
Because I'm logged into my account, not that one. But I can get there.
Can't you just open up the exclusives tab?
Oh, it's already released?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Nice. Oh, that's what he's talking about. Okay, it's Sammy versus Luke, where they fight with tasers.
Yeah.
Which is not something that I personally would have approved on work time as a work activity.
This is the same reason why I just think the Windows updates shouldn't be automatic. You know, sometimes you need to improve some things yourself. So at OpenSauce,
is this what all the screaming was?
Maybe. At OpenSauce, they had taser knife fights. So Sammy and I had a taser knife fight. It was great.
Okay.
I don't know what part of the video it's in.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff at OpenSauce that would not have passed the safety checks to get into our office.
I thought Sammy had bought taser knives and you were doing this in like the lab.
No.
I mean, I would not put that.
Oh yeah, there was also like a turret that would lock on to your junk and try to shoot you in the junk.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah. When does it go?
Hey, at least you're wearing goggles.
Yeah. Anyways, where's
junk tracking?
Junk tracking.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here's the taser knife fight. You don't get to see the whole thing, but
it's like you're not allowed to kick, Sammy. That's not really the point.
That's it. No more.
And there's another one. You get the full. Is it full uncut? It's 36 minutes. It might actually be full uncut. Yeah, it ended up being a whole saga trying to figure out if we were getting high voltage, high wattage output. Because in order to do 240 watts, the Floatplane power brick goes up to 48 volts.
The Floatplane power brick?
That's a Floatplane framework.
Okay.
The framework power brick goes up to 48 volts. And we didn't have a voltmeter or any way to put an ammeter in line or even like a kilowatt, like a wall-mounted power meter. We had nothing. And the laptop itself was not reporting the power correctly, which we knew because we had like a total of, I think it was 150 watts of power consumption between the CPU and GPU alone. And it would say it was charging at 20 watts, and the total power coming over the power brick was 65 watts, which clearly does not actually add up. And so it was a whole saga determining whether or not an LTT TrueSpec cable was actually working properly with Narav's laptop. So you've got the whole, and there's like by the end of it, there was like probably 20, 30 people watching, and the pressure was on.
I didn't actually, I ran into you a couple times, but I didn't actually see you doing this video in particular, but I like heard about it. In positive ways, but I just thought it was really interesting because we've been like, passing ships at the night at events for years.
Yeah, we don't actually see each other at events almost at all.
Not usually. We're usually working on other things. Even when we were both doing video stuff, we'd probably even see each other less.
Well, it was divide and conquer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like, and like I knew you were off doing things, and we'd maybe meet up at night for dinner or something and check notes. But like, other than that, I never really heard about what you were doing. I heard about what you're doing at this event. I heard other people talking about it, which was just very interesting.
Dude, that video and the people that we went around and talked to was I couldn't, if I went and I hired an amazing marketing firm and gave them a giant bucket of money and asked them to come up with use cases and customer testimonial scenarios to help sell our product, they never would have come up with. Did you watch that video?
I haven't seen the whole I've skimmed through a couple parts of it.
Have you watched the end with the autonomous RC cars?
No.
Watch it.
I heard about that.
It's
That's
crazy.
one of the things that I heard about.
I'm trying to close out the video, and they're sitting there in the background going like, are you guys seeing this? The latency is so much lower. It turned out that not only did having a proper length cable, so having less loss, probably, this is the hypothesis for now, but having less loss contribute to less voltage drop, which contributed to the real sense camera running more stably. But also the data rate was higher, and also that we expected. The part we didn't expect was when they switched to our cable, their wireless started working better. And Buddy was talking about how a lot of the time, crappy unshielded USB
or something?
Can actually emit broad spectrum 2.4 gigahertz RF that can jam Wi-Fi. And because of some other limitation in their little autonomous car platform that they were building, they had to use wireless for one of the communication links. And it turns out that they didn't realize that part of their problem was that the RF interference, maybe, this is the hypothesis, we don't know this for sure yet, but was jamming it, because as soon as we put in our cable, it just started working. And we're using a bit of a different style of construction. Not that it's not to spec, it's true spec, it's to spec, but it's like a more expensive coaxial cable rather than a traditionally constructed cable. That's part of why they're so thick.
Yeah, and we've been making an argument forever that they're not for every single application under the sun, but it's a cool argument of like, there was a tangible benefit for it in that situation. That's cool.
Yeah, so I already told the Shorts team, and I told Dave from CW, I was like, y'all need to get that content. Y'all need to chop it up. Y'all need to get it out there, because I literally couldn't write a better endorsement for the product than that. That's crazy.
Here's a derailment for a second. What did you think? Because I've been singing OpenSauce's praises for years, but you've never been before. What did you think?
Super fun.
Yeah, it's an amazing event.
Yeah, it was like, I am not sure if I understand the economics of it.
No.
And I hope that that's not a problem for them. It's like, sincerely, because it is like maker mecca, man. Like, incredible. If you are, I don't think I could endorse OpenSauce enough. If you are a creator type, like tech curious, or you want like somebody to just take your kids, man, to get them inspired about STEM and creating and just building something.
Rocketry, robotics,
think there's
textiles, clothing.
I don't think there's a better place that you could take them. I don't think there's a better place that you could go that I've seen.
Woodworking, metalworking, hacking.
Everything. I mean, Buddy,
you can make a thing.
Buddy built a VR headset with CRT displays. Did you see that?
No.
You missed that?
I missed a lot of
That's
stuff.
tragic.
I missed a lot of stuff.
You know those little handheld TVs with the little antenna and everything?
Yeah.
So the really old ones had CRTs in them.
Yeah.
So Buddy took two of them, disassembled them, and made a VR headset. Why? Because he fucking could.
I saw a booth where they took, what was it? Like classified nuclear documents or something and turned them into candy.
Sorry, what?
They would let like some form of mold like eat it, and then they just kept doing this like multiple chemical processes and then just eventually turn it into a sour candy. I don't remember exactly how it works. I think it's
That sounds like a Nile Red video.
Yeah, I think it's in that full plane exclusive. I'm not sure that it is. I know we filmed it for that, but I don't know if it actually ended up in the video or not. But yeah, just I don't know. Who knows? Just crazy stuff. They had like examples of what the candy was supposed to taste like there. They didn't have the actual like nuclear secret candy, but they showed how they did the process. And I talked to, it didn't end up in the video, unfortunately. Damn, okay. I talked to them for a while about like, okay, so it's an inspiration of it that you did make yourself is here to try. I will try one of those. Cool. I will take unlabeled candy from a stranger. Nice. That was silly, but whatever. And I tried it and was like, all right, this tastes like slightly odd candy. Sounds good. How did the nuclear secrets candy taste? And he was like, kind of terrible. It was really, really sour, like right off the hop. And then it was just like, ugh, after that. It's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
It's like mold excrement sour candy. Not exactly what you're probably aiming for. But they talked about like the stuff they had to go through to learn how to do that, and it's very interesting. They also had a VR headset that was like AI powered IRL ad block. So you walk around with a Quest on, and if it thinks the thing that it's looking at is ad block, it'll like blur it out or something. I don't remember what it actually did.
So tell me this. You're on the Vegas Strip. There's a big van with
You're
girls on the
blind.
side. Do you just not see it? And it...
Yeah, probably.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, they were also saying like, I don't know, it's some crappy little model. So like
Yeah.
the chick that worked at the booth had a shirt on. And she was like, yeah, it thinks it's an ad for some reason. It like totally wasn't. It was just some pattern.
I mean, a lot of shirts are ads.
Yeah, this one wasn't though.
Right,
It was just
okay.
some pattern. Very interesting booth to hang out at. Man, there's a lot of really cool stuff. The taser knife fighting was like amazing. So much fun to watch. Just how everyone would fight in like different ways. And
How much did it hurt compared to when
I don't
we had
know.
the dog collars? Oh, did Sammy never even hit you? You weren't curious? You didn't try it on yourself?
I didn't bother.
I'm actually really surprised. I'm actually a little disappointed.
I thought he was going to get me.
I'm a little disappointed that you didn't hit yourself.
To the point where I got him in the leg one time. When you get someone in the leg, you have to start hopping on the other leg.
Oh yeah, okay.
And he was like, "Oh, you should make it fair." And I like sacrificed my own leg.
But
so
you
I was
didn't touch
hopping
yourself.
around. No.
I
should.
I'm kind of let down.
I wanted
I'm
it
kinda
to
let
be.
down.
I wanted the surprise of getting hit, and then I just. You'll have to watch the footage. The guy running the thing said we were one of the most entertaining duo he had the whole event, and that was like later on the Sunday, I think.
Oh,
Is
wow,
that
okay.
accurate? Is that
All right.
accurate? What day were you there? Saturday?
I was there Saturday.
Later on the Saturday.
I found out that I wasn't on the site. There was a while when like people were lined up to do selfies.
I don't
and stuff.
think you were like a speaker or anything.
Okay.
I think you go on the site if you're doing like a panel, because then there is like a meet and greet thing and stuff.
Oh, because I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be. I was like, well, I don't know. I have a badge. I'm here. But I was just standing in one of the halls, and there was like a lineup to get selfies or whatever. And like there was a point, there was like a period for a while where 2 out of every 3 people were like, I didn't know you were going to be here. I'm like, did you not hear the last you were standing right there when the last person said that to me. But they just walked up and said exactly the same thing every time. I'm like, well, here I am. I just thought it was funny.
Honestly, yeah, I'm a little disappointed too. I think after we were done the fight, I had gotten him in a particular way that I was busy apologizing for, which you'd have to watch the video to go see.
Nice.
But
It was the balls.
I think
Balls are taint.
I think I was. I think I was focused on apologizing for that,
Alright,
and just
okay.
never really thought about it. But yeah, I wanted it to be like kind of a surprise. I didn't want to
Alright.
just because I think he had he demoed it before. No, I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I was expecting it to be a surprise. Yeah, it was fun. What was really cool? NASA was there. NASA had an actual full booth. They brought heat shield samples from Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 to show
that's
the
cool.
difference between like the entry skip versus the through and through, and how that affected the heat shields. They had an actual moon rock
What?
So I said like, wow, this is the closest I've ever been to the moon. And then I got corrected. Is the closest the moon has ever been to me. Interesting.
Thinking. Hold on. I'm going to get there.
Oh, secondhand embarrassment.
Closest the moon has ever been to me.
That's really cool.
Okay.
That's
The
very
argument
cool.
was that in this scenario, I was the one with more mass.
Right. That makes sense.
Because it was just a little rock, not the whole
right.
moon. They also had a wind tunnel model of the Orion capsule, and they talked about like the difficulties of doing scaled models in wind tunnels, because the smaller you get, the tighter the tolerances get.
Right.
And like how insane that can get.
And like, I mean, is there a certain point where the size of the model relative to like the size of an air molecule matters?
It didn't sound like it.
Okay.
There was a couple questions going back and forth. I hope I didn't get that wrong, but there was. So NASA gave Luke a massive correction. That's pretty funny. That's a good one.
That's pretty good.
That's
They
a
also
good
mooned him.
one. But yeah, no. Like one of the things he was saying was they had done up all these different wind tunnel tests, and then on Artemis 1, it was fine, but there was an anomaly detected during the launch. And they were surprised by it. They took it back to the wind tunnel, tried to recreate that exact scenario, were able to recreate the problem, came up with a solution, tested it a bunch, implemented it for Artemis 2, problem solved.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty sick. Pretty sick.
That's pretty cool.
I learned about they have an arc jet that they test
course they
the
do.
heat shielding for.
Of course
and
they
hearing some of the like specs for the arc jet was crazy. It's like a plasma cutter, but instead of like a little dot, it's like a freaking pipe. It's just wild. He was talking about like the air intake that they use for it, which is apparently the way he was describing it, it sounded like it was basically the side of a building. Crazy. I don't know. I want to look more into that stuff.
Okay.
Arc jet. Let me see if I can find.
Okay. Anyway, there are a ton of other booths like Hot Dog Racing and Real Steel the Movie IRL, all of which are exactly what they sound like. You can go cancel Luke at lmg.gg/fpwan or over on our YouTube members. Now I'm supposed to do sponsors. Dan wants me to do all four. I'm going to leave it up to Floatplane chat. Okay, you guys can tell Dan if that's okay or not.
Yeah, do you want an uninterrupted rest of the show, or do you want me to break it up later?
By the way, I think I'm mistaking the intake for the arc jet and the intake for the wind tunnel.
All right, wind tunnel intakes are
Okay, most of Floatplane is saying get all four out of the way now. All four. Do three. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty funny.
Oh, that feels gross. Why don't I like that?
All right, okay. All right, sure. Most of Floatplane chat says do all four. Okay, let's do
Yucky.
it. The show is brought to you by Shocks. You shouldn't have to choose between listening to the new Madonna album or hearing your boss invite you to the company barbecue. With Shocks, you don't have to. Their open dots 2 clip over the ear canal, their open dots 2 clip over the ear canal rather than going directly in or covering your entire ear. So you get a comfortable fit that keeps you in tune with your surroundings, whether that's at the gym or at work, while still providing clear quality audio. This is thanks to Shocks' Bass Sphere 2.0 with Dolby, a spherical acoustic system that's built around two custom 11.8mm drivers that perform like a single 16mm one. And because they've been designed to essentially clip onto your ears, there's no dedicated left bud or right bud. They're totally interchangeable. And the Open Dots 2 will automatically detect left from right when outputting sound. Oh, that's kind of cool. You'll get 10 hours of playback on a single charge, or up to 40 hours with the case. And with fast charging, 5 minutes plugged in will net you 2 whole hours of music. That's roughly Into the Groove on repeat 30 whole times. Use our link to go grab yourself a pair just in time for that company barbecue. Use code WAN at checkout to get $15 off as well. So that's that QR code right there. The show is also brought to you by Squarespace. Whether you're trying to start a business, promote your music, or start up an underwater hockey club.
What? Is this real?
It doesn't look like AI.
I think it's underwater polo. Or is that something completely
No, that's
different?
definitely a hockey puck.
Really?
Almost certainly. Look at it. It's like a green hockey puck.
Okay.
That's crazy. And they're playing with like butter knives or something. What am I looking at here? Okay, the point is,
You got to get some of this stuff.
an easy to navigate website is important. With Squarespace, you'll have everything you need to build a great website without the fuss or confusion. You don't even need to know how to code. You just need to know how to drag and drop. You can piggyback off of one of several templates or use Squarespace's design intelligence tool by answering a couple of prompts to create something unique. They even help with things like SEO to ensure that your website is easier to discover. If something isn't working, you can use data that they provide to make any needed adjustments to your page. On top of that, you'll get real-time updates about website traffic, revenue, sales, so you can make better decisions for your business. And as I'm sure that our listeners know well, we've used Squarespace for many years for our LinusMediaGroup.com website. So if you're ready to dive in, build your website today and get 10% off your first purchase by visiting squarespace.com/WAN. The show is brought to you by XSplit. Streaming can seem like a lot of fun, even if the field feels heavily saturated. But there's no better way to learn than by, well, just jumping in. Our sponsor, XSplit, gets you right into it with tools for recording and streaming on the most popular platforms like YouTube and Twitch. And if you want to add a little more character to a stream or a presentation, you can choose from several preset layouts and transitions to keep your audience engaged. They use a customizable drag and drop interface too, so you can resize gameplay or camera footage based on what you think is most important to your video. And Premium offers a ton of extra tools like watermark removal, multi-platform streaming, and higher resolutions. There's even beginner-friendly editing and mixing tools that are built right into the platform. So go to lmg.gg/xsplitwan or use our link in the description or scan this QR code to get 30% off your first purchase or subscription with code WANSHOW30. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You have some fun and make some friends? Actually, that does sound terrible. Do I have to make the friends?
No,
Nice.
you're okay.
Finally, the show is brought to you by AMD. It's AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade time, and this month it was our product designer Robert Lau's turn. Not only was there a secret prototype in the video, but for his upgrade, he got a new espresso machine, floor mats, a new seat for his bike, a PC that can play Excel at 60 FPS, and even a welding lesson. That's right, we got to weld something, Luke. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
And if you want a giveaway of your own, check out the link in this week's video or on tonight's show for a chance to win one of two Power Color Red Devil AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT GPUs. Luke, as you know, AMD always gives us a topic to discuss. And so here it is. With modern GPUs leaning harder into features like upscaling and frame generation to deliver smoother gameplay, are we entering an era where the best GPU is defined more by software versus raw performance alone?
This was AMD's question?
I doubt it, but I guess that's where we're at. I don't make the rules. That's what's in there. And as you know, I'm not going to tell you to say anything you don't want to say. So
No, I know.
yeah. Luke, what do you think? How should people weigh native performance versus the real world experience with these features enabled?
Wow. I think it somewhat depends.
Keep in mind, AMD's never going to give you an upgrade, so what do you owe them?
Yeah, true.
Are you eligible? I can't remember.
Technically, yes.
Oh, are you now? Okay,
Yeah.
well then they might. So tread carefully. No.
Sorry. I think it depends on the type of games you're playing or the applications you're using it for.
Oh, Dan, someone said the AMD link is broken. Do you mind finding out
answer.
about that?
Dodging.
Sure.
Thanks, Dan.
But yeah, I mean, it depends. If you're trying to play some game that super highly benefits from just like, frame gen 4x, whatever, blah, 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 then you're going to want the software features. If you're not, then maybe you won't.
How would you define a game that benefits from that? Because no matter what game it is, if you're running frame gen at 4x, for instance, you will be generating a lot of frames that do not come with the latency benefit of actually rendering more frames.
I don't know. I would assume, I don't know, train simulator.
Oh, okay. So you're talking games where there actually is straight up less real-time interactivity, and you could benefit from just much smoother animations, even if it does come at the cost of some latency.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to throw in on the other side, if you have a pretty decent base frame rate already, adding a little bit of frame gen, I generally don't do it.
I'm still not doing much.
But it's not that bad.
I'm 4080. I'm still not doing much. Pretty strong card. Not really needed.
I think that's I think the answer is simple. It's like both. Yes, both.
That's
is
what
good,
I kind of
right?
said. Like, it depends on your games, depends on what you're playing, depends on what you need it for.
You're going to need raw performance. I mean, we're seeing this as
Depends on operating system to a certain degree. They said I think the question was specifically around software, but I think compatibility and ease of use comes in under the software umbrella.
Yeah.
If I can throw AMD a bone, most of the people I know that are having a better time switching to Linux right now are running AMD cards.
Yeah.
I have a lot of the problems that I've had switching to Linux is the fact that I'm running a 4080. It's directly tied into the NVIDIA drivers and the issues that come with that. I know this was a problem for Forza, where I was trying to figure out why the heck I couldn't play Forza on Linux very easily. And then I was talking to multiple other people that were all having no problem with it. And ended up figuring out that all of those people were running AMD cards, and it seems to be a consistent problem. So that might play into it. A lot of people are moving over to Linux. At the same time, the software solutions on the NVIDIA side seem really strong right now. And if you want frame gen, if you want DLSS, if you want that stuff is really strong on Green Team.
The latest FSR is getting better. But I also think that that's one way that our discussion question was almost incomplete, because running the newest models of upscaling does require faster hardware. So you are going to need both, and not just compute units like your more traditional like render cores. You're also going to need dedicated machine learning acceleration. Dedicated ray tracing hardware. Say what you want about, whether you like ray tracing or not. It's not going anywhere. It's here to stay, and you're going to need dedicated acceleration for that too. It's going to have to be a combination. So
Rest assured, the Full Plane Chat said, I got a 9070 XT and my issues went away on Linux. Last of Us was unplayable on NVIDIA. So there's a lot of, it depends on your setup. It depends on your use case. It depends on the games, the applications, all that kind of stuff.
Depends on your face.
I think it varies more right now than a lot of times, than a lot of times in the past, because of Linux being much more viable for a wider amount of people. Depends on your mom. You know what else depends on your mom? Underwater hockey is totally a thing.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Turkey beats Great Britain 6 years ago, so it's before this would have been generatable.
800,000 views.
Yep.
Was that an ad?
That was an ad.
Nice. Ad for a screwdriver, I
Why
think.
did it just freeze?
Oh.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they do be playing. There's a club in Vancouver called the Ninjas.
Way.
Yeah.
No way. So you have fins. So you're like ripping.
Really fast, actually. There's a bunch of people in the audience. Watching this as an audience in an arena must be nuts.
This is crazy.
Apparently there's like a decent amount of contact that's allowed even. They just ran into each other. Apparently it's not a super passive sport. I was reading that the 3D elements of it get really interesting because you can think you're on a breakaway, but someone can come from above you and check you.
Right, but can
which
you
is strange?
Can you juggle, and if you flip, then can you touch it again and then be able to boost again? Is it
Rocket League? Underwater soccer.
I don't know. My son was explaining it to me at some
aerials.
point. You can do a reset or something so that you
Flip
can
resets.
go again. Sure, yeah. All right.
This is crazy.
I Eat Plastic says it's the closest thing we have to actual Quidditch.
Now you just need I don't know, a tiny little sea entity that one person has to go try to catch, and if they catch it, every single other thing that happened in the entire game is completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole Quidditch thing was very distracting for me in the Harry Potter verse. Someone told me at some point that Rowling like hated sports and intentionally made a sport that was stupid because like the point was that sports are stupid. I'm not sure if I believe that though.
I don't care.
Is Quidditch intentionally stupid? Yes. So AI says J.K. Rowling intentionally designed Quidditch to be frustrating and absurd as a direct subversion of logical sports culture.
Cool.
Okay.
Good job. You really stuck it to him. Nobody does a sport anymore.
She wanted to create a sport that would deliberately infuriate men who care deeply about the rigid statistics and logical scoring systems of real-world sports.
And then the men made Quidditch in real life and gave it better rules and get freaking owned. Get dunked on. El Bozo. Anyways. Speaking of getting dunked on, India fined HP $14.4 million for rigging government bids and fixing ink and toner prices. Jeez, wow. India's Competition Commission hit HP India with that fine that we just mentioned across two separate rulings, one covering PCs, laptops, desktops, workstations, accessories.
Yep.
The other one covering printer supplies, ink, toner, consumables. The scheme ran on the government e-marketplace from 2017 to 2020, where HP coordinated with its resellers to pre-arrange bids and submit fake cover bids, making tenders look competitive while a pre-picked HP partner won and taxpayers overpaid. The strange part is that HP India reported the whole thing itself. It filed under India's leniency program, basically self-snitching before regulators had any evidence, hoping to get full immunity. Really? The investigation that followed turned up WhatsApp chats, emails, and even a 2019 video from a reseller meeting laying out who would submit fake bids and who should win each contract. HP's defense was that it wasn't the mastermind, just commercially forced into propping up the scheme because its own ink prices were so high that resellers were threatening to switch to cheaper counterfeit products.
Okay, so HP, I think I found the part where you screwed up.
It even wrote in its filing that it humbly objects to being called the kingpin of the arrangement. The commission called it a cartel anyway and named HP India as the central architect. So it got a partial penalty cut for coming forward, but was denied the full immunity it wanted.
This story is so funny. I saw the headline and I was like, moderately interesting. And then I read even a couple minutes further into it and I was like,
what?
Meanwhile in India, what's going on?
We object to be calling the kingpin, but I guess you can call us, the central architect. That would be fine.
And cartel.
And the central architect of the cartel. That's okay. We just don't want to be called the kingpin. That's associated with a villain in the Marvel universe. So
speaking of legal trouble, just weeks after Dbrand had to kill its companion cube case over the Valve intellectual property problem, a printables user named Jaren rebuilt the whole thing from scratch as a free 3D printable project. And it is already past 10,000 downloads. He worked entirely off of photos of Dbrand's design, used none of Dbrand's files, and put up 39 files, 4 assembly videos, and a full parts list down to the screws and magnets. It is doable on a single extruder printer with filament swaps, and he has since added pre-painted files for multicolor printers. There's even a plain weighted storage cube variant if you just want the version without the heart. Dbrand got shut down for using Valve's IP without permission, and now this recreation is based on Dbrand's design without Dbrand's permission. That's pretty funny. That's it. And because there's no commercial endeavor here, Valve is extremely unlikely to do anything unless Buddy starts charging for the files or something like that.
It doesn't look like he is right now. I was
Doesn't look
wondering
like
about that.
Are you on it right now? Yeah. Okay. Here you go, guys. You can have a look at it. How cool is that?
I mean, it
man?
looks awesome.
Looks freaking awesome. Yeah, it does. That's amazing. Man, I love the maker community and 3D printing community and just the way people so selflessly give of their own time so that other people can just have a little bit more joy. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Out of 10.
I think genuinely 10. What else would be a 10? What are some
Puppies.
10?
Yeah, puppies are a 10.
Yeah, I think this is a 10.
Yeah. I think it's on par with puppies.
Yeah.
That's why open source is so awesome.
Yeah.
Because everyone there is just this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay, but tell me this, though. What if open source had puppies? Can you exceed 10?
Did you miss the puppy room?
Shut up. There's no puppy room. Was there a puppy room?
I don't think so.
Oh, stop.
They're 3D printed.
This guy. 3D printed puppies.
What if it was both? There you go. Open source puppies. You wouldn't download a puppy.
Okay, this is cool. Speaking of makers and STEM, Northwestern University engineers have unveiled Phantom Twist. Luke, do you want to bring up the video of it taking off?
Sure, one sec.
A drone that makes itself roughly 10 times harder to see than a same-sized quadcopter by spinning its entire body 15 to 25 times per second. It debuted July 16th at the Robotics Science and Systems Conference in Sydney.
Jeez.
And in flight, it
Wow.
kind of dissolves into a faint, semi-transparent smudge. And remember, guys, we're looking at it now against like dark, high contrast objects. This is like the worst case scenario. If this thing was in the sky, just like up against the blue in the dazzling light of the sun, I do not know how you could see it. The way it works is the body sits still while only the way it works is it has one motor and one propeller. The prop spins one way and the entire rest of the aircraft counter-rotates the other way. So no part of it ever holds still. It stays stable through the gyroscopic effect and steers by varying its motor thrust mid-rotation.
People are commenting that apparently it's like super loud,
It's super loud.
but
But if it was high enough, it wouldn't matter.
Fly higher.
According to the researchers' paper, the disappearing act works because of the persistence of human vision. Our eyes accumulate light over a window of roughly 50 to 150 milliseconds, sort of like a camera's exposure time. Anything spinning faster than that gets averaged into the background, which is the same reason that fan blades look transparent. The paper points out that the drone's spin rate is comparable to the 24 frames per second that movies are shot at. I don't actually know how relevant that is here, but sure, that's nice. The team did not design the layout by hand. They had a computational model generate around 20,000 stable configurations, then used AI optimization to shuffle the motor, battery, circuit board, and counterweights around until visibility bottomed out. That is, okay, something that's actually very cool use of AI. Before anyone gets too excited or worried, it currently relies on an external optical tracking system to fly, so it's indoors only for now. The thin carbon fiber rods and wires are still faintly visible up close, and it is just as loud as any other small drone, so your ears will catch it even if your eyes didn't. The team's pitch is wildlife monitoring, okay, and infrastructure inspection, with future versions aiming for transparent materials and quieter props. It's going to have to be a lot quieter to be useful for wildlife monitoring, I think. But hey, neat. Our discussion question is, do you have any uses for an invisible drone? Maybe don't answer that.
I know who does.
No, I don't. I talked to my lawyer.
Who?
Oh, you know, people.
Gross. I'm going to move on. This one's just funny. Author Dave Eggers, best known for the memoir, A Heartbreaking Work of Staggering Genius, and the novel, The Circle, criticized ChatGPT directly to OpenAI employees. And this is especially funny because he was invited to speak to the OpenAI employees by the company's CEO, Sam Altman, after Eggers publicly criticized AI-generated fiction. So he used the opportunity to challenge employees over AI's impact on education and creativity. And this is a quote saying, "Why don't you leave your house, leave the screen, meet some people, get yourself in a writing group," and also warned them that AI could be silencing an entire generation or two. And what he meant by that was that by making teachers' jobs more difficult and preventing students from developing their own writing skills and authentic voices, that they would not have the skill set to tell their stories in an authentic, personal way.
I heard there was a teacher who put...
I just thought this was badass. That's all.
There was a teacher who put some text in a assignment, like how to do this assignment thing that was, I don't know, transparent text or something. So when it was copy-pasted, it grabbed it.
Oh,
but if you were just trying to read it yourself, you wouldn't see it. And it said something along the lines of like, I don't know, use this strange word in a context that wouldn't make any sense. It specifically says that wouldn't make any sense. And it was something like, these numbers are going to be wrong, but the scale I think is pretty correct. Yeah, Madagascar, that was it. Use the word Madagascar in a way that wouldn't make any sense, and the assignment had nothing to do with it at all.
Okay.
And maybe the person who said the word Madagascar will know, but if I remember correctly, it was like 40 students, like 2 of them didn't do it. Like
2 of them didn't have Madagascar in the final assignment.
Something like that. It was some insane ratio. But the numbers, don't listen to the numbers. I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but it was like some insanely high percentage of people. There was also another teacher who did a take-home, do-it-yourself midterm, and then an in-person, no-computer final.
Yeah, that one was a little while ago. I think we talked about that on WAN show.
Oh, was that WAN?
Yeah, that was college, I think.
Very interesting.
Yeah, where like everyone aced the midterm, and then when he said it was going to be an in-person final, like a whole bunch of people dropped out of the class, and it turned out that like again 2 of the students had consistent grades across the midterm and the final.
One of them was just an
Absolute
honest
Chad.
Well, one of them was a Chad who got like 98 both times or something, and then another one of them was just an honest person and got.
And that's their redeeming quality.
60 something both times. It's like, all right, nice work.
You know what? There's man.
32 out of 35 failed apparently.
This is going to be, I don't know, this might ruffle some feathers, but I think I would rather have, in terms of who I'd rather work with day to day, I think I'm getting to the point where I'd rather work with someone honest with integrity than a genius.
Yeah. I think LMG Community said it well though. Mr. Chewy.
Oh, he's like totally not our like community coordinator
you should get
anymore.
You should get a new account.
You really need a different tag, Chewy.
Yeah, you do.
Your job title has actually changed twice since then.
And also quite significantly.
Yeah. Okay.
He said, I just don't know how kids could possibly resist the temptation of using AI. And honestly, I agree.
That's an unfortunate, but like pretty based take. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it, basically. Yeah.
I think it comes down to...
Like, would you have been able to resist?
No, I would have used it in
Your
some way.
options would have been play Morrowind or sit and do tedious homework.
I'm already cooked.
See, that's what I'm talking about. As soon as I put you back, I give you a temptation that is irrelevant today. You wouldn't play Morrowind today. If I was like, oh, Luke, here, I installed Morrowind on your computer. Are you going to be able to focus on WAN show? You're like, what are you talking about?
I'd probably
of course.
do both.
There's no way you're going to play Morrowind during WAN show. There's no way you will disrespect our viewers that way. See, now I've already turned them off it.
I'm updating Steam.
You're not. Unbelievable. Actual child. You're an actual child.
I mean, that's why I have 3 monitors. You can't see what I'm doing.
You can't see that he's playing Morrowind.
But as soon as I pull out the like period appropriate temptation.
No, I think
I think it's an easy choice. You play Morrowind.
I'm really trying to wonder. I definitely would have used it as a shortcut. I don't know if I would have used its output.
There's different times in my life that I think I would have used it more or less.
Yeah.
And by using
Yeah.
it at all, I think I might have stunted the growth that would have led to the higher probability of using it at other times, if that makes sense.
I think, especially with some of the really big problems I had in high school of the like grammar and punctuation and stuff.
Oh, if you could have...
I wonder.
The dangerous thing about being smart with a learning disability is that you're invisible.
Yeah.
If you want to be.
Yeah.
You can fake it.
I
and
would
you'd
have
have
found a
better
way-
tools for faking it.
I would have found a way to hide that with that. So I probably would have used my own words, but I would have used it to give me the correct punctuation.
Interesting.
But I probably would. I don't know. I'm looking at how I've approached it so far, and I believe very strongly in the you have to own the output thing. And I think I would have been informed enough to know that you could do things like hiding text. Maybe it was 1-point font or something, hiding text somewhere or doing other little tricks. I would have known that there are ways for teachers to detect it, like M dashes and all this other kind of stuff. And I wouldn't have wanted to risk that.
Yeah.
But I would have definitely used it as a proofreader and would have adjusted my hand-ins based on it and would have used it as a shortcut. I'm like fairly certain that would have happened, especially when Morrowind is calling.
I didn't really learn to enjoy writing until after high school.
The wacky thing for me was I enjoyed writing. I just couldn't get good grades because I would just butcher spelling, grammar, punctuation.
Interesting. The only reason I learned to enjoy it was because I had a teacher who pushed me to become more proficient at it.
See, that's so interesting because I almost had the opposite. Mr. Thompson said that he actually really liked my writing, and I was getting just kneecapped by because my previous teacher would take a point away for every single mistake. So he liked the writing, but my punctuation would be weird, so I'd just get 50% like all the time.
Yeah, we had Mr. Horn was exactly the same. I think it was 0.5 of a point off, and this was out of 10.
Yeah.
So if you made a handful of mistakes,
It's just gone. So I couldn't perform. So he capped it at 10%.
right.
So if I like wrote something really good, but the structure of it was bad, the punctuation was bad, stuff like that, I could still get 90. And then I got like very close to 90 in the course. And I started really enjoying it.
Mr. Horn had no such accessibility mode that I'm aware of, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't think most do.
But what we were allowed to do was we were allowed to pick a partner before we handed in our assignments and do a proofreading pass.
See, that would have helped a ton.
So what he taught us,
I like that.
I forgot about that.
That's actually really cool.
That's
I actually really like that.
That's one of the
solution.
reasons I'm so good at editing. I just realized.
That's a really, really cool solution.
That's hilarious.
I really like that.
Although it did mean that the winners won more and the losers won and the losers lost more.
So if you get paired with someone who's...
Well, no, you picked your partner. So I would go and pick another ace in the class, and we would check each other's work, and we would both get 9.5 or 10 out of 10.
That happened kind of naturally for me in university. There was a crew of people at BCIT that I'm still friends with, the boys, and we would all help each other study with stuff, and I really think it like raised the whole group to another level. There's a lot of dropouts in that course, and that crew stayed together and didn't drop out the whole way through. I mean, until I did, I guess. Oops. But like that was for different reasons.
Zyme asks, does school need to be fair?
Nothing is fair.
Nothing is
an
fair,
illusion.
but we should strive for fairness, if that makes sense.
Best we can.
Yeah.
I still think teaching people the value of editing and like caring about someone else's work and trying to help each other succeed is very valuable. I don't think there's necessarily a way you can possibly make that purely fair because you can't make every single pairing perfect. Maybe you don't do the pick your partner. Maybe you rotate through somehow. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm
That
not
probably
sure what
has
the
its
best way to
own
do that
flaws.
is.
Yeah.
What else we got here? What's something cool?
Oh, that one's not cool. That one's not cool. That
Okay.
one's interesting.
Oh, I've got a pretty cool one.
Go for it.
Do you want to do? Oh, I thought it was kind of your turn. I picked a cool one for you though. Here,
sure,
I'll
do it. Man, we stopped doing it for a while and we're back to it. The title is the same as the first.
Yeah, I just stopped reading the titles.
Okay, I will stop doing that as well. A federal judge has given final approval to Anthropic's $1.5 billion copyright settlement with authors and publishers, which the court called the largest copyright class action settlement in history.
$1.5 billion? Yeah, I mean
that is massive.
That's pretty big.
It covers it covers about 482,000 books that Anthropic downloaded from piracy sites like LibGen while building training data for Claude, and works out to roughly $3,000 per book before fees. I don't necessarily know what that means. Before fees, legal fees?
I assume so.
Oh God, is it going to be like $3 at the end of it?
No. The authors get $3,000 per book, I think. I hope not.
We'll see. Hopefully I'm reading that wrong. Over 91% of covered authors have already claimed their share.
That tells me it's more than $3 if people bothered to do it.
That sure does, and it sounds like a lot of them did.
That's pretty sick.
And Anthropic is also required to destroy its pirated copies. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
It's already trained on it. Judge Alsup ruled last year that Anthropic buying physical books, scanning them, and destroying the originals was fair use. Nice! We can buy Blu-rays and rip them, and then it's totally legal now. Thank you. And that training AI on books is legal. What wasn't legal was downloading millions of pirated copies to build a permanent library, and that's the part Anthropic paid to settle before a jury could set damages. Because it settled instead of appealing, none of this becomes a binding precedent. Damn it.
Nope, that's actually maybe good.
Is it?
Yes.
So we'll talk about that in a second. So the dozens of similar suits against Google, Meta, Midjourney, and OpenAI are still live, with judges free to rule differently. But wasn't this a good?
Or rule the same, because at least one of these is bound to go through and not get settled. Is kind of where my head's at on this.
I see. Okay.
So what's nice is that this
you just don't want one to go a totally different direction and go through.
This is true, but this is resolved for now, and the authors get something, which is not enough in my opinion.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's enough. It's something.
It's something, though.
It's something.
So I see what you're saying. You didn't want the precedent set with this because it might be too low.
I just want to. This is a start. If these are my possible outcomes, right? And everything to this side of the middle is bad, and everything to this side of the middle is good. We're kind of like. We're like here.
Yeah.
We're like, it's
good.
I could hope for better still.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at
for
right
sure.
now.
So you're holding out hope for better.
I'm holding out for a hero.
Man, Wendell's Turnstone video is still not up. Come on, Wendell.
What's Turnstone?
Turnstone is cool. The answer to like all of this stuff for me is run stuff locally. I think that is the right way to get back at them.
Dude, the latest Chinese models look crazy.
They also look very hard to run, but they'll be quantized down and whatnot. But
they look crazy.
Turnstone is like Odysseus, PewDiePie's thing, but more tuned for enterprise.
Oh, okay.
And Wendell's building it.
Oh.
And he hasn't said a ton else publicly yet, but he has said publicly that there is a video on Turnstone that is coming. And I'm excited because it's very cool.
That sounds very cool.
It is very cool. Next topic.
Ethan Immortal says, as a publisher, it feels a bit like robbery where they got to keep what they stole and I was offered a market value. I was still robbed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's totally fair.
If this was a person, they wouldn't have to pay $3,000 per book. They would go to jail.
Yeah. Which is crazy, right?
Anyways.
That was actually something that didn't make it into our notes about the India ink price fixing deal thing. Is that apparently their executives are actually we're personally punished for this. Which is I can't believe I'm saying this, but hey, maybe India has something to teach us about how to punish antitrust stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up. Reddit co-founder Aaron Schwartz pirated, stole, whatever you want to call it. I think it was like, what I'm seeing here is 4.8 million JSTOR documents from MIT, which is, I think, like published papers and stuff. And yeah, Reddit co-founder accused of stealing 4.8 million JSTOR documents from MIT.
Repeated visits to access network and download documents for distribution on file sharing sites. Okay.
And this is like, for context, as far as my understanding goes, if you email the authors of a lot of these papers, they will just send it to you, because in how their system works, they're probably employed by like a school or whatever else. They like have to publish these papers this way, but they don't actually want to charge people for it. So he's like trying to make it so these papers can get out more easily, because that's scientific progress, open learning, all that kind of stuff. He did not get dealt with in the same way. Oh man, I just had it on screen and then lost it. Sorry. Here it is. The charges were filed in Boston on Tuesday by an attorney district. Carried a penalty of 35 years in prison and a $1 million fine.
What?
So we seem to be a lot harder on a random individual dude than we are on a
Floatplane
big
chat is being
corporation.
pretty based. Here's the deal. When corporations can go to jail, then they can be people.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's actually, like, how about they just have to... Dude, if the punishment was that if the corporation commits a crime that would have resulted in a 6-month prison sentence, if they have to actually get just like their one phone call a day for 6 months, we would all of a sudden they'd be on it. They'd be so adherent to the law. Like,
It'd be wild. Speaking about a post-corporate world, Fallout 5, Fallout 3, and New Vegas remasters, and the most interesting part, the very most interesting part that people have a lot of mixed opinions on, new Obsidian Fallout is official.
so I am amazed that you picked this topic as one of our headline topics at the beginning of the show. Usually, I have
Fallout
a pretty
fan.
good idea of what you're going to pick. I know that you love Fallout, but I can't believe that after all the news that has come out of Bethesda and Microsoft and id and all of that mess right now,
Sometimes I'm just a dumb little boy who likes his little video games.
that you're not looking at this through a cynical lens going, this is obviously just a shiny distraction. Hey, ignore all the bad news right now. Fallout. Is it? I mean, am I just being too cynical?
The part that is interesting to me is
Yeah.
Obsidian's involvement.
No, it looks like it's not me. LRFTW says Luke smoking that copium hard.
Hurt me again, Todd.
Yes,
I'm ready.
that.
I will get excited.
I'm ready for the pain. Loviatar, take me.
It never goes away.
Yeah, Obsidian is the interesting part to me.
Yeah, that's the good.
It's a little questionable.
Okay.
It's been a hot minute. The Obsidian of the now is not the Obsidian of the then. So
Right.
it's
Yeah.
interesting.
Then it
Isn't
was
one of
black
the-
and glass-like. And now it's black and glass-like and older.
No, you serve the second one. Isn't that like the main guy coming back?
I've heard, yes, but all the structure around him is changed.
No man is an island.
Maybe not completely gone. I can't claim to know, but it's interesting because, I mean, if you look at Fallout, I liked Fallout 3. Fallout 3 was all right. Fallout New Vegas was incredible, has a lot of like the best quotes in games ever in it, and is still a cult classic to today. Fallout 4,
More like Fallout for the birds. I didn't play it. I don't know.
yeah. Fallout 5 is...
That was for me.
I don't know if Fallout 5 is the Obsidian Fallout or if Fallout 5 is Bethesda Fallout. If Fallout 5 is Bethesda Fallout, if they keep going down the path they have been going lately, it's probably going to suck.
It's just all settlement building.
Yeah, something like that.
Fallout 5 was Bethesda.
Was
Or wait,
Bethesda?
is Bethesda.
Is Bethesda, okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So whatever the Obsidian one is the one that I'm more interested in. But, fool me roughly 7 times or something, and maybe I'm the fool. But
Shame on Dan.
maybe
Catching strays.
maybe Todd can sit in a immersion sensory deprivation chamber or something
Right.
With Luke on
and
this.
become what he once was and revitalize all of Bethesda and give us a good Elder Scrolls and good Fallout.
Maybe he has a midlife crisis and just goes like, wait, what if we made good games?
Wait, what if they were fun?
I don't
that'd
know,
be
that sounds
crazy.
stupid.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I got my tanks recharged of copium, so I'm all ready to go.
Well, let's go.
I owe Sammy something, and I think he's expecting me to do
What?
this on my phone, but I'm not going to.
Huh?
Week. Okay, Dan. Sammy needs that timestamp.
Sure. We don't have Noki in the chat today.
Hi, me again.
4%.
Do you mind filming a horizontal video of you saying week? I forgot to ask. I was too stunned by the feet cam. Thank you.
I mean, that's fair.
Sammy.
That's
2
fair.
hours, 58 minutes, 48 seconds, 30. Can I get a clap? Thank you. Editor's note. Yeah, whatever.
All right. Man, it's been a long week. I'm freaking
Do we
tired.
talk about the craziness now?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the craziness.
Oh, Fallout 5 is currently in pre-production and will use the Creation Engine 3, also used for Elder Scrolls 6. Note from David.
Which one was Starfield?
Yay.
What?
Creation Engine.
3? 2? 2.5
I
with
think that. What version of
So does that mean also Starfield?
2.
2? Yes, 2.
Okay, so there's hope. There's more hope. Only I gotta talk to my dealer and order more copium.
Yeah, maybe Creation Engine will save us. Maybe they'll scoop up all the people id just lost.
I mean,
It would kind of make sense.
their engine is so based.
Yeah.
But then, wait, no, but these are both under the Microsoft umbrella. There
Sure
ain't
are.
no way. Yeah, okay. Why am I
Bethesda
even
and id
listening
are
to you?
also
This is
extremely
dude.
related.
You are not even sitting on.
And then they're gonna get all the
real
Zelda
Earth
people
right now.
and they're gonna get
Don't
the
talk to me about
composer.
video games.
That is your worst take
Yeah.
in all the many years that we have hosted this show together.
You expected good takes from me about Bethesda?
I take you seriously. I respect you as a friend and collaborator.
I can't be.
But
I can't be.
That was bullshit.
You're as
Oh my god!
Like it took me a second. I didn't manage to connect the dots for how fucking stupid that was because I expect so much better from you. Okay, what are we? Pick another topic. My God.
we have no whimsy. No
let's,
whimsy in this man.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
You're whimsyless.
You can't have magical pixie dust thoughts in there.
Let us dissociate. That's all we have left.
Okay. Now let's go into a insane whiplash of a topic. Framework cuts laptop 13 Pro pre-order RAM in half.
Yeah, investment disclosure. I'll let Luke do this one.
Massive increases in cost have forced Framework to alter pre-orders for the upcoming laptop 13 Pro.
Laptop Pro 13. Framework Pro 13. Whatever, keep going. You could do your thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just written wrong in here. It's not Luke's fault.
The pre-order holders report RAM allocations being cut in half and pricing for the pre-orders being updated. The company announced in a blog post that their LPCAM 2 supplier has more than doubled RAM pricing over their existing inventory. Framework chief exec and TrueSpec cable enthusiast Nirav Patel wrote that this cost increase goes far beyond anything we had predicted and anything we're able to absorb without placing our ability to operate at real financial risk. Framework says they have enough LPCAM 2 modules on hand to cover existing pre-orders. but not in capacities that match the pre-order. So no, they don't.
So so LPCAM 2 modules, it's one module per system. It's not like SODIMM where you would have two. So they have, in terms of the quantity of LPCAM 2 modules, they have enough of them, but not with the right number of dies on them.
I see. So not the right, yeah.
Yes, I see. I get it. Thanks.
That was actually pretty good. The blog post breaks down the pre-order changes. TLDR, if there aren't enough modules for your order, it's being downgraded to the next lower RAM configuration at the original price for that configuration. Okay. That's a little better than I thought. The blog also warns of cost increases on other hardware, which will impact new orders as well.
Yeah, I didn't put it in the doc for this week, I think, but TSMC, it's rumored that TSMC is increasing wafer. Oh, no, it is in here. TSMC plans chip price hikes in 2027 of baseline 5 to 10%, with some AI and HPC customers facing effective cost increases of up to 25% through additional surcharges. These reported increases are tied to rising manufacturing costs, overseas fab investments, and just plain old strong fuck you, pay me demand.
It's honestly wild. They could be, this might sound like an insane statement, they could crank it so much more.
I know.
So much more.
I know.
They literally came out and pointed at like SK Hynix and Samsung and were like, we're not doing that. They could though. And it's
they really
kind of wild that they're not, and there's a lot of theories as to why.
Is it just down to like Taiwanese culture? What are the other theories?
I think it's down to the defense of Taiwan, because if they crank it too high, you're incentivizing development elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's my theory. The same guy that brought to you, maybe Bethesda should just hire the id guys to make Creation Engine.
Yeah, I mean, the other part too is I could see valuing the long-term partnership. I mean, you look at the way you can okay, look at what's going on with
well, look at how hungry everyone is to switch to Chinese RAM.
What's that thing Oracle bought that everyone's all mad about? Or hold on, no, I remember. Who owns VMware right now? Broadcom. That's right. Everyone's super mad at Broadcom because they bought VMware in 2023 and have just been like cranking the screws. In fact, did that not make it into WAN Show last week? That it was a really cool article I read. I think it was on Ars Technica about a company that found a solution. It was like a restaurant chain that found a solution to converting all of their VMs. Restaurant or retail? Retail. Sorry, retail. It was a retail chain that converted all of their VMs off of VMware and just kind of like told the story of the very difficult, painful migration that they had to go through, and how just the comments was hilarious on this article because everyone was talking about how much they just fucking hate what Broadcom is doing with VMware, but they feel so locked in and they can't wait to jump ship. And I mean, maybe part of it is also just prudent business management. Just because you're on top today and you have all these partnerships today doesn't mean that, and you want to benefit from being a technology leader. So TSMC is clearly increasing pricing, but if you turn the screws too hard, you're incentivizing outside demand or outside competition. You are, I don't know, you're being kind of a jerk. And also you're making your partners irate. You're making them look for the exit. So maybe it's a little bit of all of them. Yeah. I mean, I don't sit on their board. I don't know, but
yeah,
just guessing. What else? While this is going on, NVIDIA is reportedly raising GeForce GPU kit prices. NVIDIA board partners are said to be paying more for both GDDR6 and GDDR7 GeForce GPU kits. However, the reports do not confirm whether these higher component costs will directly translate into higher retail GPU prices. But how could they do anything other than that? Okay, so GPU prices are going up. There you go. You heard it here first. Our discussion question is, PC building feels like a luxury hobby right now, but has it always been this way?
No. I would argue no. The reason why I would argue no...
I think it's cyclical, at least to a degree.
When's the last time it felt like a luxury hobby?
Oh, man, I
Because
really...
for me, it would like basically go to before I was functional as a human.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd say it felt very luxury hobby in like the early SLI days, although it didn't have to be. I mean, I think that's the difference, is that
Premium options does not mean luxury hobby.
no, that's true. But I mean, working in the department that I was working in, I had a lot of exposure to the people who treated it like a luxury hobby. Like there was a player on the Vancouver Canucks who, I mean, I'm probably far enough removed from this now that I could just admit this. I would just search his name in our system once in a while just to see what kind of crazy shit he bought, because he would just buy the highest end everything the second it came out, and like it just really surprised me the first time he like showed up on my radar, because he bought like an over $1,000 high capacity SSD, and I was like, wait, that guy? Because I don't see that as like the professional athlete thing to do. I mean, obviously he has the money, right? You know, guy had a nearly 100-mile-an-hour slap shot. He's getting paid for it. But like, he's super into like gaming and computers. He would buy things one at a time. So he's clearly doing it himself.
Yeah.
Which is like based AF.
That's cool.
He could obviously afford to have somebody else build him an Extreme Edition computer with a, high capacity Vertex 3 SSD, whatever the exact specs were.
My argument, because someone Insomniac in chat said Luke taking this stance when Linus has refreshed his computer lasts how many times. I understand where you're coming from. I don't think that's a valid argument at all. The reason why I would say that is looking at how I got into the hobby. A big part of the reason why I got into the hobby was because, oh my God, it is so much cheaper and more accessible than cars. It was like, can I go down one of these two paths, cars or computers? And it was like, well, one is hilariously expensive, requires tons of room, lots of kind of expensive tools or access to them, and oh my God, things break all the time and they cost a lot and blah, 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 blah. And the other one, I can enter with no tool costs
Right.
at all.
Well, you could buy a bougie screwdriver to do it.
Maybe, yeah.
Or not.
Or just borrow your dad's, which he like almost certainly has at least a like Phillips screwdriver. It's like the most common thing ever to work on computers. And then when I first got into it, like my stuff wasn't nice, but it played games just fine. Dude, the entry level I can play friend slop games computer right now is still very cheap.
Yeah,
It just is.
I'm on here right now. Like one of our discussion questions that we hadn't got to yet, I was prepping for it, is like, hey, how cheaply could you do just like an Optiplex build these days? And it's still actually not that bad. I don't like this one. I don't like just 8 gigs of RAM.
That's
so hold
also
on.
more expensive than like
Another one I liked better. Well, okay, remember though, I'm looking for 8th gen.
yeah.
So 8th gen, 16 gigs
of
RAM.
RAM.
You got to watch out for the shipping though. It's $100 shipping on this bad boy. But that's to us. That's international shipping.
Yeah, okay.
If this was domestic shipping in the US, it would be considerably cheaper.
$0 import. I wonder if part of the shipping is that the import's included.
It is. It's part of eBay's whole. They have depots that US sellers ship to, and then they handle all of the paperwork so that the international shipping goes smoothly. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's 16 gigs RAM, 250 gigs SSD, so you're still going to need to probably pop a hard drive in there. You're going to need a GPU, but we actually have a 1080 retrospective coming soon. And we found that the 1080 Ti in particular is actually still very usable. So for probably around $250, you could friend slop it with all your friends.
And that's just like grabbing a pretty quick eBay listing. There's a lot of the stuff that I got when I was first starting was helping people fix their computers. I don't know. A friend would want to build a computer, so I'd help them build the computer. They would want to upgrade the fans that came with the case, so they'd replace the fans that came with the case. They have a few computer fans now. They don't have any use for it. Okay, those are my computer fans now. Just little things like that as you're going along. It's a hobby that is very effective for flipping parts. You have $100 more than you had before. You can go on Facebook Marketplace. You can sell your GPU for some cash. Combine that with the $100 extra bucks you had, and get a very significant increase in GPU, and just plug that into the system you currently have. Most likely, you can keep using things like your case for a very long time. Apparently Jeff Geerling still has like one of his first ones.
Nice.
And still uses it. Even right now when it's like the worst, I was saying I think I slightly misspoke, which got people to dive on me immediately again, which is confusing to me, but whatever. I think I said something along the lines, I was surprised by that price. That isn't what I meant. I meant I was shopping for Dell Optiplexes or Dell somethings during last Scrapyard Wars. And what I was trying to point out is that is, even those systems are significantly more expensive than they were. And still, that's not a crazy amount to get into a fresh new hobby.
No.
I don't think I would put this in the category of luxury hobby. I think that's a big jump.
No, I think that's actually fair. And Pankratz posted in chat, "You're not fitting a 1080 in there, lol." To which I will reply, not with that attitude.
Cut it.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah,
but with a bit of handiwork, anything.
Yeah, engage with the part of the hobby that's really fun.
Anything can fit in anything.
Yeah, you can figure it out. I believe in you.
Oh man. And yes, I did not factor in an extra power supply though. So you will need a better power supply in order to run a 1080 or a 1080 Ti or something like that.
But the power draw of just that card isn't going to be super high, so you could get a fairly low cap power supply for not a crazy amount of money.
Yep. As long as it has the connectors, or you can figure out a way to get conductors connected to...
Which is fun.
Which is cool, unless you break it, and $100 is a lot of money to you, like it was in the early days of us pursuing this hobby.
Oh, dude, the panic attacks I had at times.
But the panic and the stress...
part of the fun
is what makes the payoff so worth it.
Yeah. And like, trust me guys, I get it. I understand what you're trying to project. It sucks right now. It's expensive right now.
Yeah.
It's still a hobby that people can get into with not a ton of cash. No, you're not going to have some sick 5090 full water-cooled, amazing, it has that screen thing from Corsair that you can mount anywhere and all this other fancy, crazy...
But you know what? Nobody has that stuff. I think this is something that, I think people really, really don't realize how rare the customers for this stuff are, because it's all over... like your Instagram feed or whatever. But
battle stations.
But I worked at the computer store. Do you know how few people buy $1,000 CPUs?
Yeah.
Like, that's rare. Do you know how few people are buying top-of-the-line GPUs in the grand scheme of things? What a tiny, tiny percentage of the market they make up. Most people are just, like, running a regular computer.
When I was building a bunch of computers for myself, for my friends, all that kind of stuff, everybody was sitting on 60 series. It was bougie if you got a 70. No one got an 80. 90s were absurd.
Was 90 even a thing yet?
Probably not even.
Yeah, I
think they
so.
had other nomenclature for their
8 Ultra
dual GPUs.
was a thing for a bit, and then hold on, there were 90s. So I think a 590 was a dual GPU. Yeah, so 90s.
I was still
90s
building computers for friends in that era, so yeah.
Okay.
And it's just, like nobody got those cards.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The first dual GPU was the 5950 X2, was it? I used to know this stuff. 5950 X2 GPU. Is that right? Oh man, no, the 7950 something. 7950 X2. What was it called? 7950 GX2. Man, that thing was so cool. Look how cool it is. It's got the whole 2 stacked PCBs, 2 whole separate coolers, internal SLI bridge. There's PCB1. Here's PCB2. You got the hold on, where'd the bridge chip go? There it is. Look at it go. Why does it keep changing which picture I'm looking at? Can I zoom now? Oh, come on, touchpad. Don't let me down. It let me down. I'm over it. The point is, very cool, very expensive. Almost literally nobody bought them.
Yeah. They're unheard of. It also depends on like the circles you're in, and if the only people you're hearing talk about computer stuff is dudes on the internet that only get views on their videos when they show the super fancy expensive cards, then you're just going to see the super fancy expensive cards.
And also that's what companies market too, because
that too.
It's halo marketing. And it works. You don't, and you see it across so many industries, PCs, fashion, like the amount of effort and money and time that companies spend promoting their top of the line experience that almost nobody will actually buy, but because it's cool and sexy, it creates brand appeal, and then you go in and you actually buy the thing you can actually afford. It's marketing 101. So
I have talked on this show almost as many times as I possibly can since I learned this piece of information, that a buddy of mine's son was using a 1080 to play on decently high settings at decently solid frame rates, Arc Raiders.
yeah.
I've pointed that out like as many times as I reasonably can.
And it's worth
Because I'm
noting.
trying to promote the idea that you don't have to upgrade. You don't have to spend crazy amounts of money.
And it's worth noting that compared to like our previous $69 gaming PCs that we've done in the past, this Optiplex was quite a bit more expensive, but that's because I went out of my way to pick something with a 6-core processor. Like I was going for something that wasn't
That's a decent machine.
That wasn't quite just, barely usable today and unusable tomorrow. Like this, you could actually get a couple of years out of this thing. It's worth putting a little bit of work into fixing it up. So I did that on purpose. You could get something cheaper.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of getting things cheaper, according to Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, Apple is preparing an Apple Upgrade leasing program with Klarna that wouldn't help you get things cheaper at all, but would let you pay a monthly fee for devices instead of buying them outright, with the option to upgrade at the end of the lease. So what is Apple, just a financial engineering company now? Like what are we talking about here? Apple already offers an iPhone upgrade program that lets customers finance and eventually own an iPhone, but this new program is a broader leasing program which would reportedly include iPhones, Apple Watches, iPads, and Macs. iPhones and Apple Watches would have 2-year leases, while Macs and iPads would be leased for 3 years before customers could upgrade or return the device. The program is aimed at making Apple products more affordable upfront by spreading payments over time, while also encouraging customers to upgrade to newer devices on a regular schedule. Our discussion question, this is kind of funny, is I'm not sure how they do this in, America and the rest of the world, but how is this any different from a Canadian phone plan where you just slowly pay off your phone over the course of your plan? What makes this different / special? I don't know. You get to give Apple the money?
And Klarna.
Even though there's... Would you lease a piece of tech? I mean, I think we've talked about that enough on the show. I don't think we have to do that particular discussion topic. But, here's a crazy idea, Apple. Free of charge. What if you're reaching the point where your customers literally can't afford it anymore, what if you just and I mean, as someone who loves technology and loves progress, this might be out of character for me, but what if you just chillax for a second? What if the new iPhone doesn't cost more than the last iPhone? Try it for 1 year. Just to see what it's like. You might like it.
As crazy as that sounds, they might have learned something from the Neo.
Well, they increased the price of the Neo.
But wasn't it relatively reasonable based on memory prices going?
It's still
up?
pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Maybe they did, but then why do they need a device leasing partnership with
Its full name is MacBook Neo, right?
I believe so.
iPhone Neo.
iPhone Neo, the one. But then, what cut down processor would they put in an iPhone Neo? A watch chip? What are we talking about here? I mean, yeah, why not? Sure, thanks, Dan.
They got those.
No, I mean, seriously.
Okay, and then what do they put in a cheap watch, Dan? What do they put in the Apple Watch Neo, Dan?
Time. Just put the watch bit.
What your feet actually aren't touching.
Sorry? They are. They're hitting. Here, I'm hitting the floor. You can look. You can verify if you'd like.
All right.
For them to not be touching would look like this. I don't know. It doesn't look that different. But the point is, they're definitely touching.
Of the camera.
The point is, they're definitely touching.
All right.
Whatever's in a TI-84.
Yeah, you just get a Casio. You can write Apple on it with a Sharpie.
No. Okay. Hey, LTT Labs had some new articles this week. I haven't read them yet, but you want to talk about it?
Stuff. Yeah. There's multiple. I don't know if we talked about it on the show last week, but there was the 1080 article, and ever since then, there's been 3. We be pumping out articles right now. It's been really fun. Please
I've been really enjoying this series, the LLM quantization. I've read part 1 and 2 and all the supplementary material and videos.
Ukarsh has really been running with this. It's been cool to see him do this.
Yeah.
It's been awesome. Labs article released from the LLM quantization series. That was 2.5, right?
Yep.
Is that correct? Yeah. This is an unplanned part. Oh, right. The 0.5 is unplanned, I guess. Unplanned part / article to focus on the floating point number format and how it works. This one has some math, but it's fun. You should go check it out.
I found the math to be not too over the top so far. Like, it's dumbed down enough that
I was going to say that's largely the writing, baby.
Yep.
Good job, Ukarsh. But also, Labs article looking at Intel's intelligent bias control 3.5 announced with the Arc G3 series of chips. It advertises that it will not operate the P cores under 14 watts. We found that it is actually more complicated and interesting than that, turning off some of the E and LPE cores as well. There's almost zero information about IBC available online, so we thought we'd try to characterize it. We showed Intel our results, and they said that it is behaving as expected.
Yeah, Tom Peterson was very, very smug about intelligent bias control, even though it's something that on the surface did not really sound that different from what anyone else had been doing with sharing power budgets between CPUs and GPUs. But he seemed to be, and he would know, under the impression that this was quite differenter and betterer. And so apparently it's quite differenter, which is pretty cool to see. I wish they would have just communicated, more of it more directly, but sure, yeah, I guess leaving it to us to discover is fun too. Finally, Microsoft is experimenting with ad-supported Xbox game streaming. They're testing a free tier with Xbox Insiders, allowing players to stream select owned games in 1-hour sessions without a cloud gaming subscription. Microsoft says that ads will appear before gameplay, not during it. The test is meant to keep gameplay uninterrupted, while paid cloud gaming options remain ad-free. So,
that's the most boil the frog thing.
So they kind of contradict themselves here, because it's in 1-hour sessions, after which time they will not put up an ad that interrupts your gameplay, but you will have to re-authenticate, and they will put an ad before you start a session, which presumably, if you've been gaming for an hour, would be in the middle of your gameplay. Maybe I'm missing something here. According to the Xbox folks, ads should provide value, avoid interrupting gameplay, meet Xbox's quality standards, clearly identify what is being advertised, and fit player expectations on each platform. The goal is to make cloud gaming more accessible by giving more players a lower cost way to stream the games they own. So I think the most interesting discussion question we have here is, Microsoft says ads should create value. In your experience, what does that look like? What ads might you like to see before a gaming session or before the next hour of your gaming session that could add value to you?
I'm trying to really genuinely
I can actually hear the gears turning in his head case right now. Like he's thinking so hard.
I was genuinely trying to find, like, is there anything? Is there possibly
Is there some
anything?
charitable interpretation of this?
Yeah, I don't think so. I have to imagine the add value is like to Microsoft. They don't mean to the. Do they mean to the user?
They mean to the user, Luke. They're not going to say add value to Microsoft. I mean, that would be easy.
There's no. I don't. I mean, there is. Oh man, I think that just means high success rate.
I think so too.
Because which
highly targeted, carefully targeted.
Yeah, which obviously means beneficial for the company, beneficial for Microsoft, but they're just packaging it in a different way.
And look, get ready for the 1800th hot take from me so far this WAN show.
Ads are good,
but I believe
we
that
need more of them.
If we can get an ad for one of our products that we think is really great in front of someone who buys it and enjoys it, that's actually not terrible for them.
The primary holder of value in that scenario is not the consumer, though.
No, I'd say it's the ad serving platform.
I think you could argue that there, like, if you genuinely see something and you're like, oh, cool, that like solves a problem or looks like a thing I've been wanting,
saves me time,
or inspires me in whatever way,
sure,
and then you buy it,
or
and
makes my feet not stink,
sure, and you're happy about the result, then sure, I can say there was added value.
We stacked 3 W's.
I still think the primary W holder is, you know, the person serving the ads.
Oh yeah,
obviously.
They're W prime. They're the top W.
W prime. Oh man. A sarcastic question. What are some examples?
It does. W prime is still a thing. That's so cool. Man, when's the last time you went on Major Geeks?
Oh, it's been 10 million years.
Ding.
When's the last time this was updated?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I was going to say, I don't know if this is really a thing still.
W Prime is a leading multi-threaded benchmark for x86 processors.
Is that a Black Friday ad?
Here? What? Okay, well, I'm clicking it. Maybe it will generate value for me.
I don't know what that is.
Good luck, Sean.
Okay.
Summer sale on iobit.com. Driver Booster Pro keeps over 18 million drivers up to...
I need that many drivers.
None of this is an endorsement.
No.
Just throwing that out there. Whoa, but hold on. I have to order now, Luke. It's 500 milliseconds. Wait, no, it's going down.
I've never seen milliseconds before.
I've never seen milliseconds on the counter before.
Oh, you have 15 minutes?
Yeah.
That's so much time.
I have 15 minutes and 24 seconds, 23 seconds and 300
milliseconds.
milliseconds.
That open
I'm going to see what happens. Yeah, I will. 100%.
Yeah, thank you.
Are both of these in sync?
Are they
They're
not?
too far away for me to see them both with my gaze. Okay, well, we'll let them go. We'll let them go. Okay.
This would be so funny if they weren't. I think they are, though.
Exxon Fang says, no, you're going to lose the discount if you leave it open.
Ad-supported game streaming makes me want to die. Okay, next topic.
That's it. It's time for After Dark.
Okay.
We made it.
Good job. Hooray. I will choose to...
Another WAN show.
Consume less, but buy the things I own as much as possible. Hooray.
Hopefully soon you get to keep doing one of those. And it just doesn't become impossible.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, yeah, that.
Womp, womp.
All right. Comms. LLD, any guesses on when we will see the Steam Deck 2? Amazing it's not a question about the frame. I know Valve will likely wait for components to get cheaper first. And Luke, has anyone told you you look a little like Will Riker from Star Trek The New Generation?
Is he white and does he have a beard?
Dan, unacceptable.
What?
Unacceptable. Are you trying to trigger me? Star Trek: The New Generation?
I thought he said next.
No, I said new.
You said new? I think my brain auto-corrected
He knew what
it.
he did. Did you see? No, get back on here. Did you see? Did you see what he did? Unacceptable.
They will be now that Linus has pointed it out.
Unacceptable,
my brain
Daniel
literally
Besser.
Just auto-corrected
Not
it.
okay. Not okay. No rebuttal. You're done. You're off. I don't even know what the question was anymore. I'm so upset right now. Star Trek: The New Generation.
Yeah, what was
He's
it?
so easy. He's so easy to upset.
They need to.
I gotta not
release
do that. He gets upset. Any guesses on when we'll see the new Steam Deck 2? I'm sorry, Linus.
I do feel like personally that Valve feels a little burned on hardware prices right now.
I know, right?
So I think they are probably, even if they were planning on releasing one in like late 2027, which was an idea that I had in my brain a while ago, I suspect they might be pushing that plan back because I think they don't want to release anything in the hardware environment that we're currently in.
Straight up. 100% agree. Yeah. However, I do think that the pressure is going to build over the next couple of years. When the PlayStation 6 launches, what's going to happen is games that are targeting PlayStation 6 are going to start coming out.
And they're going to suffer.
Straight up not going to run on the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Straight up. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Hello, DLL. Question for Luke. Maybe. Tips on motivating developers on testing more and being proud of their work.
I feel like our team is takes pride in their work so much. Hire developers who take pride in their work maybe is step one, but I'll let you carry on.
Yeah, I mean that's tough. Testing more is interesting.
I don't know if you can train people to take pride in their work.
You have to inspire, not train. It might be better for them if you let them do some like developer experience style stuff where you make sure that you're giving them cycles of time where they can make things that already exist better, make them easier to maintain, improve the user experience. It's a little bit hard to tell without knowing what you're building. How many tests do you actually need? If you do need that money,
depends what you're doing. Is it an MRI machine or is it a fun little web game?
Yeah, you might still need a certain
Like I guarantee you, this wasn't tested that much.
said 80% code coverage, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I doubt it.
Damn.
I discovered this when I was doing an audit. I think I told you about this, Luke. I had no idea that this existed, and
Yeah, you told me how you found it.
Don't get hit by the red cameras.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crap. No!
No! You got owned.
No!
We should update this.
No!
We should update this to computer components and make it so that RAM is the really bad one.
Oh, I'd be so down. Bring back a classic LTT reference.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think it comes down to convincing. I think it comes down to inspiring.
Man, these MacBooks are getting me.
Set certain benchmarks. Find user feedback. Show the impact of actions. Make sure that they understand, what they're doing matters and why. Yeah. Not
Red
sure.
cameras come in
I
so
don't think
fast.
that's an incredible answer. Honestly, without knowing the thing that you're building, it becomes a little bit more difficult. If I knew the thing you're building, I could probably answer more thoroughly.
I have spent almost $1 million.
Damn. Next question. He just got roasted by Red Camera.
Hi, DLL. What's a piece of tech you've trained yourself to work around rather than just replace?
Okay, this is going to be about the biggest first world problem ever, but the 115-inch TCL TV in my home theater does not have dedicated IR signals for power on and power off.
Oh, my steak. It's just so juicy.
Yeah, you know what?
My lobster.
When you're trying
Why
to
is my lobster so
I have to eat it out of
buttery?
a bowl.
when you're trying to make a setup that is
So tender, my knife just...
I don't even need it. I bought this amazing knife. I can't even use
falls.
it.
do you guys want to hear the answer or not?
Sorry, I wasn't even listening.
So the issue is that it doesn't have IR signals for power on and power off. It only has a power toggle signal. And the idea there is that, well, whenever it's off, you should press the power toggle button and it will turn on like you would want it to. And when it's on, you should press the power toggle button and it will turn off like you'd want it to. But many other TV manufacturers, even if their remote only has a toggle, and even if they do have an IR code for toggle, they also still maintain power on and power off. Now, in theory, in a perfect world, CEC is the solution. You just power on your other device and it passes through CEC commands and your TV magically powers on. But in the real world, if you happen to have more than a couple of devices, and especially if one of them happens to be a PC, CEC it either isn't a thing or it doesn't work very well. I even have a $50 CEC dongle connected to my PC right now in that room that so what will happen is the most recent version of trying to get this working is that any of the other devices with CEC, if I'm using CEC to rely on it to turn on the TV, will create what's called a CEC storm, which can accidentally wake up the PC, which then, because it also has CEC, will then grab the input and switch it over into the wrong thing. It's a whole fucking mess. And if TCL just had power on and power off IR commands, then I could just use my old Harmony remote and I could press one button and it would turn everything on in sync, turn everything off in sync. And see, the problem with the toggle, so you can use the toggle as well, but the issue is that if anybody is like standing in the wrong spot or does something, or a command doesn't go through for whatever reason, they can end up out of sync. So your receiver and your computer will turn on and your TV will turn off, and then you press the button again and your TV turns on and your computer and your receiver turn off. And if you're trying to set up a setup that is family user friendly and that you want people to actually be able to use, like we have a karaoke setup in there, and if my little kids can't figure out how to turn it on, they're never going to use it, and like that sucks. Like why even have it then? Like, I'm not here, it's Friday night, I'm not at home. If nobody can use it if dad's not here, that's stupid. That's not technology making our lives better. That's technology just being present and being a cost and taking up space. It sucks. And so figuring this out has actually caused me many lost hours. Because CEC is just, it's such a nightmare. Like my NVIDIA Shield actually has very granular controls of CEC. So you can go and you can say, turn it on. And when the Shield turns on, tell other things to switch the input, turn other things on. When other things turn on, do wake the Shield. You do this, do that. It's got like 6 different toggles for all the...
doo-doo.
Thank you for that. It's got 6 different toggles for all the different potential triggers from either side. Meanwhile, my AV receiver just has one thing. CEC on, CEC off. That's it. Great! Thank you! Not actually helpful. And then the same with this useless TV that doesn't have power on and power off commands, so of course it wouldn't have proper granular controls in the CEC for it as well. So you'll end up with stupid stuff like one thing. Don't even get me started on the deplorable mess that Logitech left Harmony in when they EOL'd everything. Like, if I could just get the Harmony software to do exactly what I told it to do, like I came up with this one crazy solution where I was going to use the Shield. I'll turn on the Shield first and have it turn on the TV, and then turn on the PC, switch the input, and then turn the Shield off. And I could set the Shield to turn things on but not turn them off. Or no, what was it? Turn things on, but not be turned off by other things. And then I wanted to create a power down sequence that would actually power up the Shield, turn off the PC and the receiver. No, turn off the PC, then have the Shield turn off, which would turn off the receiver and the TV. Like, I had figured it out. This is the kind of stupid bullshit workaround that no one should have to do, but like I was at the end of my freaking rope, and then that ultimately didn't work because the Harmony software doesn't allow you to just arbitrarily turn this on and then turn that on and then put a delay anywhere you want. You can only put delays in certain spots. And I'm like, if it just completely got out of my way and let me do whatever I wanted, then I would have automations that would work. And yes, I know that there are replacements to the Harmony, but none of them solve the underlying issue of that my fucking TLC TV doesn't have dedicated power on and power off commands. And I don't want to replace it, because to replace it would cost me like anywhere between $20,000 and $30,000. So that, and it still looks pretty good.
Will work.
No, it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it's huge. You got to haul it out of there, and yeah, kind of a nightmare. For me, I don't think I have an amazing answer. I think mine is more just that the Bluetooth in my car has become unreliable. I don't really want to do surgery on my car and replace the media console. So what I have done is I bought one of these things. Let me see.
I'm aware of the unfolded circle. I actually have one at home, and I'm going to try it out. I don't know if it's going to help though. So the best solution I can come up with now is that I need to create a Jarvis at home kind of thing that uses the camera view in the home theater to determine if the TV is on or off. And then
you try to do that with Odysseus?
And then try to figure out some kind of an automation so that it will resync it if it gets out of sync. That's cool. That's the only solution I can come up with right now that has a chance of succeeding. It's annoying that the problem
exists, but that sounds pretty cool. But yeah, I bought one of these off of Ugreen's actual website because I didn't want to get off Amazon. And my phone can connect to two different Bluetooth devices. So while it's sitting there repeatedly trying to actually connect to my actual car and failing over and over and over again, I can just connect to the Ugreen adapter. It doesn't sound quite as good as just natural Bluetooth right to the car, I'm assuming because of the aux connector, but it sounds pretty all right. It's not the end of the world or anything.
Actually, probably more to do with just like low quality Bluetooth.
Okay. I never really dove into it. I just assumed it was the aux, but yeah, I don't know. And I will hear there's like a slight amount of lag that will happen when it finally connects the other Bluetooth connection to my car. So I'll hear the song just kind of like, and then keep playing.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I'll be like, okay, cool, I can switch to the Bluetooth in my car now. And like usually it's not a problem. Usually the Bluetooth will just connect automatically, but every once in a while it'll take like 10 minutes. And it's like, I could have been listening to music or a podcast or whatever. That's just kind of annoying. This was like an 18 Canadian dollar, plug it in once. It has worked every single time forever since then. Sure, why not?
Cheers, DLL. Regarding our luggage weight chat 6 months back, it's OSHA limits for baggage handlers. That's why the cap is per bag, not total. It's like, I think it's 50 pounds per bag, which is the maximum single person carry.
Yes. So, Flair, totally aware. So then why is it that what they actually wanted me to do was just pay more? If they're not allowed to lift the bag at the weight that I had, I'm aware of that.
Maybe that was one person.
That was not why I lost it. Why I lost it was that my bag was well within the limit of what they are allowed to carry. It was just over the weight allowance before you have to pay a bit more for it. And my partner's bag was like 20 pounds under the limit while I was like 2.5 pounds over it. They would have been fine.
Howdy, DLO. Could we get a material cost breakdown for the socks? I'm an AV tech, and these socks would have been magical, but $15 a sock is tough. Side note, the screwdriver has been a reliable tool.
Material breakdown. I think it's actually right on the packaging. 33% polyester, 30% merino wool, 18% nylon, 13% acrylic, 6% spandex. They almost had 60% merino wool. But what we actually found was that there was a significant amount more pilling on the 60% merino wool due to the natural fibers. and we have enough of it in the current composition to... This is an area where we actually have to be really careful, because we did independent third-party testing and found that because of the thickness of it, which is like due to the cushion, which is like a desirable thing that we don't want to get rid of, because of the thickness, it doesn't actually dry very fast. Like, I will not advertise this as a quick drying sock. But what I can say, subjectively, as the person who's been doing a lot of the wear testing for it, is that when and if my feet do get exposed to moisture, either through their own secretion of moisture or outside factors, they still do, subjectively, a good job of making my feet not feel super wet. So they still have that natural wicking quality. And that was something that we weren't really sure how to sell, so we just don't really talk about it in any of the marketing on the site or on the packaging. But what I found was that with the 30% merino wool, you still get that benefit, and so not having the ugly pilling and having something that kind of looks a little nicer and just, feels more reassuringly quality after a few washes. And still having all the benefits of the natural fiber as far as, my wear testing goes. That was why we ultimately landed on this composition. As for why it's so expensive, I don't know if you noticed, but everything has gone up in price. And we are not like outside of the price band for like a high quality merino wool sock. And we've got the copper infusion that helps with odors. I'm not allowed to say antimicrobial, but what I can say is that everyone knows where odors come from, and it reduces odors. Wow. I didn't say nothing.
Stunning.
So it's a really cool treatment, and I mean, Creator Warehouse team's got to get paid. Limited lifetime warranty costs money. I mean, that's something that I feel like I've kind of harped on before, and people get mad at me for it sometimes, but like, there is no free lunch. Ultimately, the consumer pays for everything. And we felt that in terms of creating a total package around these that was going to be competitive, it was going to be, we had to weigh the cost of what that warranty is likely to cost us against what our positioning is going to be in the market. And what we determined was that it's probably going to, if we didn't do it, we would still be so close to competitors who do offer it that the value proposition would not be as good. So we're better off baking some warranty fulfillment into the cost, understanding that that is going to drive the price up a little bit. Like, it's like boring business stuff. But why does it cost so much? Because things have gotten freaking expensive. We actually had a quarterly financial meeting. Luke was in it the other day. And one of the things that came up is that due to tariffs and fuel surcharges and just general inflation, our cost of goods sold is up by deep into double-digit percentage over the last, honestly, not that long of a period of time. And we've done everything in our power to try to keep our external prices reasonable as much as we can for
There's
customers.
Actually been this might sound weird, and my God, am I old and lame, but it's actually been some really cool stuff that's been done to try to keep that stuff down. That team's been working.
I know. And you know what? It's been really discouraging, I think, both for the team and for ownership, to be very blunt with you guys right now. We're deep in the WAN show, so, hopefully I'm not going to, say anything that's going to get me into too much trouble here. But like, everyone in an org working like harder for a worse result is super demoralizing across the board. And especially when the whole thing is so unnecessary. It's really frustrating. And so, yeah, I just want to take a moment, I guess, then to acknowledge the incredible work that the team is doing to make this less shit.
That's happening actually across the board because
Yeah.
CW's dealing with, the oil issues, costs of everything going up, largely related to oil issues, but sometimes not 100%. Tariff nightmares. The LMG side is dealing with, from talking to a bunch of creators recently, it feels like all of VOD is slightly down. And one of the underlying assumptions is that it's just watch time going to shorts.
Yeah.
So all of VOD is slightly down right now.
Yep.
And the PC space is hurt like most of anything because everything's just so expensive and the hobby's very difficult to be interested in right now because the stuff that's coming out isn't all that interesting or new or crazy, or it's just for AI and it's all mind-bogglingly expensive compared to how expensive it used to be. So it's tough to make content in that realm that people want to watch and engage with. And then you get on the floatplane side, we have a similar problem. When it's tough for people to be interested and watch and engage with this type of content, people are going to unsubscribe. And also, we're dealing with AI pressures where if we're in a data center, that data center rack space is going to have people that want to bid on it for way more. Also, that data center who has to constantly buy and refresh their hardware is paying way more for it now. So they are going to be, in some cases, massively increasing their prices. And even just the services, the software as a services that we're using, they are running into the same problems with their bills. Therefore, they are going to increase the prices on us. So actually, every single segment within the umbrella organization is like under some form of like effectively attack.
Want the kicker?
Yeah.
Badminton shuttles.
No way. I think you told me this.
Mega inflation.
I never really thought about it. So yeah, I guess literally everything. Oh.
So this one's fun because apparently it's a duck feather shortage that comes down to changing dietary habits in China.
Okay.
And you can only use the feathers from the left wing, which really doesn't help. And it's a whole thing. Yeah, basic.
So somebody in Floatplane chat said, Floatplane is sinking, question mark. Kato has said, so I want to address, we are not going quietly into the night. I just mentioned...
We've got some cool ideas.
I just mentioned that the CW team has been moving and shaking and making things happen and doing some really cool creative stuff. Don't count Floatplane out. We've got some strategies. AJ's been cooking up some stuff we can do that will likely make it into videos. I'll say that much so far. I don't want to commit to plans because the plans are still being made. But we're not just sitting here going like, oh no, the bill's going up. I guess we're just screwed. We're working on making a Floatplane's whole thing was that it was supposed to be sustainable and defendable against the bill changes that other companies might have. The idea was that we were supposed to be able to be free from lock-in and all that kind of stuff. So this is just our biggest test.
Rod posted in Floatplane chat, you could just fill the Smash Champs building with water, play underwater hockey, and call it Splash Champs. We wouldn't even have to make that many changes to the sign, just the one letter. It's actually genius. One of two letters, sorry.
My God.
I mean, you could take an M. Hold on. M. You could make the L out of part of the M. So you just buy one more P, and then you're in good shape.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh, this is interesting. Raiden428 says Hawaii also imports lots of Chinese feathers for making cloaks, etc. Same shortage. We use the entire bird, though. Price is up and can't get some types at all. I guarantee you it's the left wing you can't get any of.
For making cloaks, they said?
Yeah, I don't know what a Hawaiian cloak looks like, but what I do know is that we need to drop in on this timer and find out if I can still get my $3 off. Get it before it's gone. It's, oh my God, this is so like early 2000s web. Look at it turning my cursor into a popsicle.
And look, it's
Let's go.
$310.
I
Is there any way to...
I don't want 92% off expired. Okay, so if
you actually lose it?
I mean, can I just refresh it?
It's $30 now, so it's just...
That's crazy. There's
Wait,
no
you
way.
can't?
Hold on, there's no way. Okay, buy now. Hold on. Can I still get my $3 off? I want my $3 off. Where's my $3 off?
Dude, scammer gets scammed. You took too long.
I got wrecked.
That's actually crazy. I can't believe they actually followed through on
Wow,
it.
they're committed.
That's
They
nuts.
commit to the grift.
I'm also surprised by just refreshing, you can't like get through it. That's wild.
Everyone's like, clear cookie, clear cookie.
Guys, we know
yeah,
there's
we
ways
know
around
it's a
it.
cookie.
Yeah. I'm just surprised they actually like did it.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it was going to hit 0 and they're going to be like, we're going to be nice to you this
Yeah,
time.
last chance.
Yeah.
Yes, Conrad, we know. All right, Dan, hit me.
Sure. Would you recommend the Steam Cube for people that are moving off consoles and looking for their first PC?
It's hard for me to recommend the Steam machine at the price that it's at.
Yeah.
And right now, I would say that you just shouldn't move off your console. Like, I think the timing is so bad.
Okay, here's a question. When do you think the timing would be better?
It's hard for me to say because I don't know what PlayStation 6 pricing is going to be.
TSMC's going up.
Yeah, but
Memory is not signaling that it's going down.
right now I can buy a PlayStation 5 for like under $500. This is literally half the price.
That's a way better deal.
This is half the price of a Steam machine.
Dude, PC's so cooked right now.
Yeah, $470. I mean, the last Scrapyard Wars, I literally won it by buying a used PlayStation 5.
And it wasn't even that bad then. Wow, that equation just got way better.
Yeah.
How much was yours? Do you remember?
I want to say $325.
I remember it being like a
CAD or
crazy
something.
deal.
$375
Even
CAD.
back then, meaning that those prices are probably decently similar to where they used to be.
Yeah, I mean this is not a bad deal.
No.
$425 plus $35 shipping. You get a controller, an HDMI cable, a USB charging cable, and a PlayStation 5. 98.6% positive ratings out of 9.2 thousand ratings. Like, just this is the disc edition too. Just buy it. Like, no, don't buy a Steam machine.
Kind of depends what console they're on.
And you'll be able to play GTA 6, which you will not be playing on a Steam machine. This is a more performant computer. Like for the difference, you could buy this PlayStation, you could buy a $500 PC, do all your computing on the PC, do your gaming on the PlayStation. Like, look, I'm a very pro PC guy. I freaking love PC. I love PC gaming, but
PlayStations are a ripping deal.
I'm also not out here to give you bad
Comparatively.
advice.
Yeah. Rod Rosenberg. Okay, Rod is forwarding a message from the guy who, yeah, thank you, Gilles, the guy who made the Linux migration tool. We talked about it on WAN last week. It helps you migrate from Windows over to Linux, supports a whole bunch of distros, does some really cool stuff. I'm currently doing a quadruple dual boot test because this tool was originally not built to install multiple Linux distros. Also, kudos for getting the first part of my name correct. Good job, Linus. The second part is Dutch for pigeon. Sick.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Keep up the good work.
That's awesome. It's a cool tool, man. Hell yeah. Sweet. Thanks for forwarding that, Rod.
Dan, hit me.
Hi, DLL. I am a university professor, and I'm getting...
Oh, speaking of Dan hit me, I ran into the guy who made the thing
Me too.
at OpenSauce.
Yeah.
That was
He
so cool.
specifically
That was so
requested
sick.
that I come and find
Yeah,
him.
it's over there.
Let's
We should
grab
show
it.
it again.
Yeah.
So he made a
We
little
don't have
thing.
it plugged in right now.
that- yeah,
I
that's
told him.
fine.
I
think
told
people
him
get
that
the idea.
that I kept it on a shelf behind me, and he assumed that we had thrown it out immediately.
No.
And I was like, "No, shut up! You're wrong.
Dude, it's so funny.
It was amazing."
This is art, man.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Why would we throw it away? This is one for the archive.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping this forever. I'm so sorry.
That's fantastic.
Anyway, sorry. Hit me, Dan.
Hi, DLL. I'm a university professor, and I'm getting iPad kids in my first year programming
We were
course.
talking about this earlier.
One couldn't even type, just two-finger pecking. With AI tools, well, the next generation... I mean, I can't... What they don't understand as well is file systems are a big one, right?
Yeah.
With AI tools, will the next generation even need keyboards?
I mean, they'll need them, but will they know how to use them? That's the question.
Or can't they just talk to, like, Copilot, Siri, Google?
There's a meme. I'm pretty sure it's just a meme, but there is a Silicon Valley meme where programmers are getting rid of their keyboards because they're just speaking to their agents.
I don't see that as too much of a meme, honestly, given another 6 months.
I don't want to sit there and freaking talk all the time. I want to type. Does that make me all the kids are wrong boomer? Boomer! Sometimes I just want to relax. It's not relaxing.
Yeah, but you can
Just
sit on the
constantly
couch
talk.
with your eyes closed and just go like... Blah, 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 blah.
It's also
Mass, enter me a div.
it's always funny to me how obviously forever alone certain developments are. Like the fact that you can be talking and not disturb anybody tells me so much about you. Just jabbering at your computer all day, like, okay, tell me you don't share a space with someone without telling me you don't share a space with someone.
That's a good point.
oh man,
I'm stunned.
unintentional self-own.
Going to university
Yeah,
for software development and not knowing how to type is wild.
that's crazy, man. And the fact that nobody at any point told this kid, maybe don't go into software development.
Yeah. Or like spend a weekend
Yeah.
I mean,
on what is it called?
a lot of people, I think, just go into software development because they think it's got good money in it. And I think one of I don't
know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's what you read about. I think maybe one of the reasons why it's so nice working here, and maybe why your developers are so good, is because they like it. It's kind of like fun, and it's their hobby, and they just happen to have gone to school for something they enjoy.
Some of them didn't go to school. They just skipped that part.
Yeah.
Started working professionally.
Yeah, I think a lot of yeah, I didn't go to school for this really. It's interesting. What are they gonna do? Are we cooked?
Like as a species? I think quite literally. Like we're past the 1.5 degrees threshold, right?
Yeah, quite
yeah.
far.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cooked. And
But that's okay. The solution is to turn on more air conditioning, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Oh, we just had a record of power use for all time in BC.
Just build more nuclear power. What are you guys talking about?
I said to
I mean,
my
I'm actually kind of pro nuclear power, but
No, I know.
everybody
Oh,
should be.
okay.
I said
But just we need
I'm
to
more
add-
green than both of you. I said we should add another ocean.
could you maybe virtue signal harder?
just make another ocean.
Yeah,
I
because
like that.
we're hydroelectric. We don't use stinky buildings.
Yeah,
Yeah, but hydroelectric only works. So
just build another mountain.
Dan, I think this
we're just
is-
to import Mount Baker.
I think this is before your time. Did you? No, you're post Banff, right? We did a company workcation to Banff.
I'm 5.
I
So,
wasn't
yes.
allowed, so I also don't
Yes,
know.
So-
I'm post
So,
Banff.
so we did an LMG workcation to Banff, and we went to see a glacier, and they showed us, like in actual walking, stepping up the hill, the like spikes in the ground for how much it was receding every year, and we were like, oh, well that's not good. What's the solution? And they're like, there isn't one. And we're like, okay, so what's the outcome? And they're like, well, this glacier has water runoff, which is, how it like melts and stuff, that fills these bodies of water, which powers all this hydroelectricity. When it's gone, there will be no electricity. And I was like, oh.
Time for nuclear enrichment.
Well, I mean, if we're already over 1.2, then can we just go back to dirty coal?
No, we
Like, just give up.
We just need to make an air conditioner for the Earth.
So giant mirrors.
Just put
That's
the
what
heat.
I'm hearing.
Just put the heat.
Wait, data
in
centers
space.
in space.
Yeah.
Well, or just get a big ice cube and then put it in the ocean.
Maybe we should cool the data centers in space with ACs that dump the data centers in space heat on Earth.
Watching,
Put a big Peltier outside in geosynchronous orbit.
Yeah.
watching the data centers in space debate has been fascinating. I don't know if I can remember the last time that both sides of an argument were so effectively arguing past each other. It's like you've got the one side that's like, they did the math. It's totally possible. They have a ton of experience with building satellites and cooling things in space. And then you've got the other side saying, there's a lot of practical problems, like how do you swap a RAM stick? And also like the costs of the launches, which by the way, fuel's not getting cheaper. And also like it's fucking impractical and stupid. Not that it's impossible, not that the math doesn't work, but the real world is not just math. And they're just going, whoosh.
What we really need to do is not use traditional launching mechanisms. What we really need to do is just spin stuff really
Okay,
really
that
fast.
thing's cool.
And
I love spin
I
launch.
hope if it ever works, it's really cool.
if
Spin
it ever
launch is
works,
neat.
for
Yeah.
sure.
It's do you guys know what this is? Basically, you just rip it around this like thing. You spin it, and then it goes boom.
Yeah.
Theoretically,
It's
Yeah.
like a throwing
I think it makes a
spacecraft.
lot more sense on the moon to launch things away from the moon.
Yeah.
On Earth, I don't know.
You just push stuff to Mars if you were on the moon. I mean, compared to here, you give it a hard kick.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. ILD. I recently helped someone connect to Wi-Fi, 8th gen Intel laptop, and it couldn't find any of the wireless bands from the newer router, and could only connect to the stock at router.
AT&T. Stop pretending.
I'm not pretending. This one's actually really difficult. Ever heard of this before?
AT&T.
AT&T. There's no ampersand.
No, it's a Mars Attacks reference.
God, I love that movie.
Yeah. Wireless is black magic. One of my ongoing problems, boy, am I ever leaning into the first world problems on this stream, is that this laptop, my Strix Halo laptop, cannot connect to the Wi-Fi access point on the Falcon. It's pretty annoying. Actually, I should have gone with that for my workaround. So what I have to do is I have to connect my Z Fold 7 to the Wi-Fi in the air, and then I have to enable my mobile hotspot, and then I have to hotspot to my laptop at 38,000 feet.
Can we add more things?
Oh no.
My fruit is too vibrant. My steak is too juicy. My lobster's too
hot
buttery.
tub's too
my
hot.
fruit is too
I
vibrant.
think my internet not
I don't wanna
working
come
is,
down here
is
anymore.
actually not a my fruit is too delicious problem.
My whiskey's too oaky.
My booble has my La Croix has too much fruit flavor.
I mean, that would be a problem. It's supposed to be basically unpleasant.
Oh man.
But yes, I've heard of randomly Wi-Fi things that supposedly are interoperable, just not working with each other. Yes, I've heard of that. Yeah, it sucks, basically. Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Hi, LL.
John G says my heavy dick tracks on the floor.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh no, Did I say LaCroix? Is LaCroix? I don't know.
I think I said LaCroix. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't.
I think it's
I don't know where I got
LaCroix.
that
I don't
from.
buy TV static.
Oh man.
Do people even know what that is anymore? Oh my god, I am old.
TV static. Yeah, you're probably old.
All right, hit me, Dan.
Hi, LLD.
Yeah.
Darn Tough socks aren't available in Australia, so I've been waiting for the LTD socks forever.
Why not?
Luke, what does a typical leg day look like for you? I can't
wow.
wait to work out and travel in these good socks.
You really have been waiting for them. You bought 5 pairs. That's crazy. 4 black/gray, and then just to spice it up, that one day a week you got the magenta. Very
I like that.
nice.
I like that.
Very nice. That's actually a
That
pretty
actually
base
kind of
loadout.
makes sense to me.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Business in the lots and party in the few.
All right. Tell us about leg day.
So I have knee problems. So I start mine by reverse walking on a treadmill. Where
Wait.
I
Wouldn't you start by waiting a bit?
That reverse walk is awesome.
Okay. Reverse.
Yeah.
I
walk.
really, really liked that.
yeah.
I've never. You
It
look
works
like an
really well.
idiot.
But how do you keep
You
the
look
food in it
insane.
though?
Oh, that's good. I like
can't
that
even get
one.
through it.
That's like a top 10 2026 right there.
It is tough on the it is tough on the like, social anxiety scale because you look psychotic.
Oh yeah.
If you have a buddy and you're both doing it,
If you have a buddy, it helps a lot.
That's easy.
Even if the buddy's
Yeah.
just like chatting with you while you do it or something, it helps a ton.
You could be doing any stupid thing in the gym, and if someone else is doing it, you feel totally fine about it. I've totally experienced that exact same thing.
I don't think you've done stupid things on the level that some people do in the
No,
gym.
that's totally true. But I'm also very shy, and I worry about pictures of me on Reddit. So I definitely have
Yeah.
anxiety about
Yeah.
doing stupid things in the
Yeah.
gym, and if someone else is doing it, it like goes away.
Yeah.
unless it's CrossFit.
But okay, so the thing is that you're fighting the resistance of the treadmill. So you actually
Yeah.
don't want to turn the treadmill on. You leave it off, and you face backwards on the treadmill, and you kind of brace yourself on the arms of the treadmill, and then push the treadmill like the right
The right
direction.
way, yeah.
But yourself with it unpowered, and then that can help warm up your knees. You'll feel it in your quads a little bit as well, but that can help warm up your knees. For me, that's very important. If I don't start my leg days with that, the chance that I end up with some form of injury like genuinely skyrockets. This is very important for me. Depending on the day, I will also do these weird lunges that I don't know the name of, where the goal is to get your knee kind of like as far over your toe as you can without bringing your heel off the ground on your lead leg. And then your back leg goes like very, very far back. I also, I don't know if you're supposed to do this, I allow myself to go a little wide with the stance on that so I don't fall over. But yeah, I will often do those things maybe while I'm like waiting for someone to do something. From there, once I'm warmed up, again, for knee stuff for me, I will go and I will do a bunch of quite low weight hamstring curls to kind of wake the hamstrings up and stuff. Once I'm done those, I will go and bang out just a bunch of squats because hell yeah. And then I will go and torture my quads in some way by either doing lunges until I can't or
Do you do
leg
weighted lunges
extensions
or
until I can't.
regular
Oh, yeah.
lunges?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, or both. Like
Usually
start
weighted.
low weight and then work your way up, or
I really have. So traditionally, I would do some pyramid thing where I'd start on lower weights and then work my way up. What I've been enjoying lately is the bags, because the bags are kind of like weird to hold. And one of the things I like from lunges is just the stability aspect of like moving with weight. So I'll carry the bags, and usually the bags are kind of more annoying to deal with. So I will stay fixed, but
Right.
I'll carry a decently heavy bag. So it's either that or leg extensions. And again, I'm just like trying to burn down my quads basically. So I'll just go really hard. And then I'll end it again with light hamstring curls, because heavy hamstring curls have a tendency to really wreck my knees. So a lot of leg day is like dodge the knee problems, but train the legs.
sounds like the biggest ones is the squats and lunges.
Yeah.
Okay,
I really like squats and lunges. Squats and lunges are good.
cool.
Yeah.
Hey, WAN people, what hot take?
One quick second. Sorry. Gas Racing said bags help with balance, change shoulders too. Yeah, I'll carry the bags in a variety of ways, kind of like Zercher by holding it like this, or go on one shoulder or go on the other shoulder. I will tend to move them around a decent amount because I am trying to shift how the balance works. It's interesting that it said help with balance. Maybe with training balance. I found dumbbells or kettlebells to be the best for balance for me. But I don't actually know what like the answer to that is. One of the reasons why I went to bag was actually because I found it was less stable.
I can tell you that the only professional badminton players who have ever showed me how they practice weighted lunges used dumbbells.
Yeah.
So that's the only piece of information I can provide.
I don't think you guys have weighted bags though.
No, but that's what they do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in their own gym.
Sure.
That would be what they
Weighted
do.
lunges are fantastic. Yeah.
And I started doing it, and he's like, no, you have to push off explosively with the weight. And I'm like,
Nice.
Oh.
Well, that's because you guys are trying to
Bummer.
go for like plyometric movement and stuff,
Sure.
which is awesome. That's very cool. I like that type of training.
More?
Yep.
Hit me, Dan.
Hey, WAN people, what hot take of yours from the past 5 years turned out to be totally on the money or turned out to be totally wrong?
Adblock is fundamentally piracy. I have seen the conversation dramatically change as people have developed more of a relationship with the creators that they follow and understand the economics of the creator economy better. As people just have become more familiar with the idea, it's not so shocking anymore. There's still people who are like super offended by that, and that's nice. Doesn't really matter. I mean, at the end of the day, I never said don't pirate.
Yeah, you're drawing your own line.
What I said was, decide what's right for you, but understand the impact. That's all I ever said. And one of the funniest, and it's been interesting watching the way the diehards who have not given in on this have kind of moved the goalposts. Like one of the big arguments at the beginning was, Google doesn't define it that way on the YouTube platform, and then it was like shortly after that YouTube did update their terms of service and was like, yeah, I can't like doing anything that counters our ad delivery mechanisms is against TOS. And like, yeah, it's like super against TOS. It's the form of payment for the content that you are consuming. And if it's not worth it to you, then the not pirate version of that is you don't consume it, or you do consume it. Or option number 3, conveniently in the shape of a hat, is you just own it. And I never said don't do it, don't own it. Or I never said don't do it, I just said own it. That's all. And as for ones that turned out to be totally wrong, I mean, I always go back to this one. Back when that first guy bought a house with Bitcoin, I was like, this is stupid. This will go absolutely nowhere. And now I wish I had Bitcoin at that time.
Yeah, I forgot about the wrong side, so I'll kind of steal similarly from that. I remember very early days when we were both still at NCIX, we were looking around at a bunch of GPUs in the room, and I was like, maybe we should put these on benches and mine coins, and then just kind of like shrugged and didn't bother.
Yeah, we both were like, maybe we should, and we both just didn't bother.
Yeah.
We looked at like how much it took to mine a whole coin, and we were like,
That would take too many weeks.
yeah, or days even.
Because this was very,
You only
very
get
early.
10?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was way more than that in a block, wasn't it?
was
It was like
crazy.
50 to 100.
It was crazy.
So that's I think about that surprisingly often because we had so much access to hardware. We could have
and
actually
free power.
been
We could have
hard.
just left it
Yeah.
running there. Nobody cared.
No, not at all. Thing that ended up being true.
I mean, I think the most like Luke just crystal balling the future was probably drone warfare, but I don't know if that was on WAN.
Maybe not on WAN.
Like
I've been talking about that for a long time.
like really long time. Like basically going back like years before the Russia-Ukraine conflict, like talking about how like when is everybody going to figure out that swarms of cheap drones with C4 on them is going to completely invalidate any kind of, at the time, modern air defense. This is a huge problem. How is nobody paying attention to this? We had like a ton of conversations about it. Do you see Britain's laser gun?
Yeah.
That's
very
pretty
interesting.
cool.
Very interesting.
Because rate of fire is now however much power you can feed it.
Yeah.
That one's pretty cool. The range looked actually pretty decent on it, but like, yeah, I mean, it's literally an arms race. Like,
I wonder how a really rapidly spinning drone that you can't really see will apply to that.
yeah, but it wouldn't be able
calculation.
to. What kind of a payload could it carry?
Tiny.
Right?
Yeah.
But then how big of a payload do you need to assassinate a person?
If you're shape charging a single person, you might be able to get away with it. It's the whole thing is very interesting. But it's my argument, and this was a very, very long time ago, but my argument was that the industrial might has always been an incredibly important part of war, especially going back to like the origins of total war with Napoleon and stuff. And if you look at industrial might right now, it's pretty centralized, bruh. And
China.
that centralized place is really good at making what?
Batteries,
Lots of small, cheap electronics.
motors.
Yeah, all of those things. Plastics, like pretty much everything involved. Cameras, honestly. Like honestly, everything involved.
Chemicals.
Yeah. Literally everything involved
Critical
with drones,
minerals.
They
Do you
are
want us
like
to keep listing things?
particularly really good at making.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the equations for how something would go with what kind of volume they could output if China went on a total war path and was just like, okay, every single factory in the country is now doing this. Like, cool, nice laser, bruh. It's like, I don't know, man. I think we would all be lucky little people if the Russia-Ukraine war is the end of. It's literally not even the end. We've been watching this with Iran. Anyways. Yeah.
Do you see that Ukrainian drone that's just like made out of plywood? You knew the one I was talking about immediately.
Yeah.
That thing is sick.
That is wild. It's
And the second rev
you
of it that
see-
had the like way extended range is crazy.
Yep.
The climate wars are going to be nuts.
Jamon says China's building a dozen nuclear reactors. Maybe 10x that number. I have no idea how many they're actually building, but China's working on some really cool, like small modular ones that look sick. And I guarantee you they're building more than a dozen of them. You might be right about the like large scale ones though.
There was some interview, I think it was between Zelensky and Trump, but I actually don't remember. I didn't really care about who he was sitting next to. The quote was really funny.
Yeah. Do you want to go to Moscow to meet with Putin?
I won't go to Moscow. Too many Ukrainian drones there. So funny, dude. Oh my God. And it was fast.
Yeah, well, it's almost like he was a comedian in another life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude's
Wild.
sharp.
That was like, oh my God. Will you go to, yeah, anyways. Wild.
Last one I got for you today.
Yeah.
Also for Luke.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're not super impressed with your Switch 2, but
Yeah.
was just wondering if you're going to pick up Splatoon Raiders. Seems to be Nintendo's take on looter shooter.
Really?
A looter shooter
Splatoon Raiders?
by Nintendo in current year?
It's out now already?
Has ratings
What
on it.
is this? I actually
kinda mid.
really enjoyed the first Splatoon. I genuinely thought it was a good game. If it's multiplayer only, honestly, I'm not interested at all. And honestly, if it's single player, the
Scour
campaign
the
adds
Spiralite
pieces.
Islands.
Search for treasure, fighting big. Okay, so there's PvE stuff involved.
Well, that's
Fight
interesting.
salmonoids, gather salvage, and uncover mysteries of the islands. Is this PvP? How does this work? Tinker with your gear. Man, Tarkov, but you're actually Squid is.
Single player. So in this single player focused game, play as a mechanic.
Huh.
Can you play co-op though?
If you can play co-op,
This seems like it would be super fun
I'm
co-op.
Probably just gonna get it if you can play it co-op.
With your gear, building something, speed tank, power tank, tactical tank.
The gameplay looks pretty fun. Keep moving, swim, soar, ink.
Okay. The mechanic. Anyone?
Different archetypes.
Bueller? Co-op? Anyone? I'm going with chat because this is not telling us nothing. Dial in your
Call on friends for
difficulty.
help. You can also join up with up to 3 other players online or via local wireless. If do you not need the Nintendo thing?
The game will scale power automatically to make sure everyone has a good time. Okay, that looks pretty fun.
That genuinely looks really fun.
Very cool.
There was a double asterisk on the additional games and systems required for multiplayer mode sold separately. It doesn't say that you need
Nintendo Online.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
that is so wicked.
Every once in a while, Nintendo does something pretty cool.
This genuinely looks sick. I will probably get this. I didn't know this existed. Thank you for the heads up.
All right, and I think that's pretty much it for today.
Wicked.
We will see you guys again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye.
Not doing it. It's not doing it. Oh no.
Okay, I guess
What do
the
I
WAN
do?
show goes forever now.
Oh no. We gotta wait another week.
Man, the physical version being so much more expensive is so lame.
What do I do?
15 Canadian dollars, so 10 US. I don't know. That's probably about right.
It's worth the reflip.
Let's watch him panic.
Be able to get at least $10 off flipping the physical version.
What do I do? Oh, there it is. Bye.
Oh, now he's stuck there.
I had it. It's an invisible. This is all invisible over it, and I had it disabled because of the feet cam. So.
Ah.
Right.